Idubbbz is now known as Ian Johma, and much like his name, everything about him has changed over the last couple of years. The question is why? He seems to think that he's a good person, but what does a good person do? Does a good person stay true to his principles? Does a good person stay loyal to his friends? Does a good person help people? Does a good person advocate for helping children escape slavery? You might say yes to all of those things. However, to Ian, the answer is no. What he actually thinks is a good person seems to be only raising money for specific causes and also being nice to his wife. But is Anisa to blame? Did Anisa change him, or did something else change him? And to be quite honest, after seeing hours of videos and live streams and people talking about him, I still don't know. I don't know what happened to him, and I don't know what changed him. But I do know that he's not a good person. There was a content nuke by, which is just a cringe name. Like the whole, like, I don't know. Ethan Klein is not a very good entertainer. Like his branding for this is really cringe, and I don't like it. I watched this entire fucking thing, and basically the gist of it. I'll say this: Ethan Klein does a good job of presenting himself as sort of, what's the word? Agreeable. His main complaint is that Hasan Piker is extreme. I don't like saying anti-Semitic because we all know that word is bullshit, and Hasan Piker is probably as Semitic as Ethan Klein is. He hates Jews. I like to keep it nice and straight to the point. He really hates Jews, and in particular, he hates Israel, which I understand these days is not a very unpopular opinion. I, of course, love the great state of Israel, and I wish that it would conquer the entire Middle East, as God ordains for it. But Hasan Piker really hates Jews, and what's really fascinating is not even Hasan Piker. Like, a lot of people hate Jews. It's kind of a historic trend, actually, if you think about it. It's not really that notable in and of itself. What's really notable, though, is that in modern times, hating Jews is kind of a big deal. It's kind of unpopular with platforms, payment processors, major tech companies, and so on and so forth. But what's really, really shocking is how much institutional support Hasan Piker gets from Twitch. So I have precisely 2 timestamps I would like to play from this that I feel were the most interesting parts from it.
Sons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murder of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I
can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about, like, some of their attitudes about, like, gay people, for example, and you immediately resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Knowledge. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist to literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
Knowledge.
And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods, you might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like his social, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that, but ultimately this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge.
I feel I've shown you guys enough.
I like that knowledge meme, so I played that part. There's a second one. Give me a second. This one is shocking, not because of Hasan Piker, but because of the CEO of Twitch.
But no.
Knowledge.
Oh, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and
I'm gonna let this continue playing. I say it's really crazy to me how he doesn't even say thank you or anything. Like, wow, that's really nice. He's just like, oh, these white pigs are dancing and shucking and jiving and sucking my ass. How embarrassing for them.
I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
This is great. This is why I play this at all.
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay.
I wonder why Twitch hasn't done anything about the booby streamers, chat. I wonder why they haven't done anything about the booby streamers. It's a real mystery, huh, chat?
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also
Okay? Okay. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories.
Okay, I get it. Ethan, play the next part.
Creep narrative go. You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way and now you're seeing clips. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you get caught with the fucking, you get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro.
I like the other guy's reaction. He's just like busted. Like a motherfucker smile. his face contorts so vividly. It's like the troll guy, like the original troll face. That's pretty great. So I don't know. I like Hasan Piker being a fucking asshole. Like, yeah, sure, okay. I understand why Ethan Klein doesn't like him, because he goes out and he basically just says, yeah, all the girls that got October 7th, they deserved it because they were white settlers. Like, okay, I understand Ethan Klein's perspective on this. The guy that running it, he must be like a super libertarian anti-Semite himself. I think that's what his prerogative is. He just really hates Jews, but he loves titties. So he's making a platform specifically for that. So that's the best part from the entire content, Nuke. Speaking of disgusting displays of horrific anti-Semitism, Hasan Piker. Now, Hasan Piker has been really pushing the boundaries of what Twitch is allowed to do. In no small part because Twitch's CEO, I think his name is Dan Clancy, is absolutely obsessed with this Turkish. He cannot get enough Turkish in him. He loves it. Everything that Hasan does is A-okay. Don't worry about it. People have been permanently banned from Twitch for much, much less. But I'm assuming that Dan Clancy just really hates Israel. And he thinks that anybody that supports Israel or doesn't support Israel is good. Everybody who supports Israel is bad. So virulent anti-Semitism from Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch. Hasan made another oopsie. He said that... how the f*** did I forget his name? It's like Tim Scott. No, Tim Scott's the other one. What the f*** is this? Scott... Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. I know who this guy is. Is it Tim Scott? Are they both Tim Scott? No, Tim Scott is from South Carolina. Who's the Scott from? He's like the governor of Florida. I'm so embarrassed. I know who this guy is. I've known him since before I even had like a podcast or a website, because he was the CEO of Healthcare America. Rick Scott, Jesus. Okay, here's a thing that I've talked about before. It's a fact that I've been aware of for a long time because I'm familiar with Healthcare America. In the 1990s, Rick Scott was the CEO of HCA, the largest company owning private hospitals in the United States of America. And what Rick Scott did is he oversaw and perpetrated an immense fraud against Medicare Medicaid, where he ordered that their hospitals bill Medicare Medicaid more money for those patients because the government basically never defaults. So it used to be back in the day that people paid a reasonable amount for healthcare, but Rick Scott got really had a really funny idea where he decided that he would just bill the American government twice as much for any Medicare Medicaid patients. Medicare Medicaid sued over this, and Rick Scott was removed as CEO. Now, Healthcare America and all health providers in the United States charge twice as much anyways. So what happened was that they used to just swindle the government for taxpayer dollars. Now they swindle everybody. And if you go bankrupt, they don't give a because Medicare Medicaid will just pay out. So what the government was really upset about was that they were getting paid, charging extra for them because they would never default on the bill. But the solution to this that the hospitals came up with was that they would just charge everybody way more, and the government can't complain because they are paying the fair market value of those things that they set the prices for. So just completely over all of Medicare, and then after they got sued, they over the entire United States. So if you want to know why our healthcare is so expensive, it's because HCA you bloody and dead. And then Rick Scott, after being freshly let off from CEO of Healthcare America, ran for Senate in Florida. I can't remember if he was a senator first or a governor first, but he's both. I'm pretty sure he used to be a senator in Florida, and I think he was a governor of Florida as well. So he immediately went from defrauding the out of the government to defrauding everybody in the United States to running for Senate and governor in Florida, winning both of them and just making so much money you can't even possibly imagine it. So Hasan Piker said he made the audacious claim that if you're going to start healthcare CEOs, you should start with Rick Scott because of the healthcare debacle, which, to be fair to Hasan, knowing about the HCA Medicare fraud shit is like actually learned knowledge from a bygone era. So that's a little bit impressive that he even knows about that. But that is a very audacious claim to make about a former politician, one of the richest men in the United States. So of course, Dan Clancy took immediate action to remedy the situation by banning Hasan Piker from Twitch for 3 days. This, of course, would seriously disrupt Hasan Piker more than you think. You think 3 days, that's not that much for calling for the death of like a U.S. politician. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. So, and it was a really big deal for Hasan because he was set to cover some bullshit that was going to make him a lot of money. So he'd have to miss out on covering that big event, except that Dan Clancy actually lifted the ban after 1 day so he could stream the thing and make all the money. So he didn't even get like a 24-hour ban for saying that we should kill politicians in the United States, which, I mean, you know, if that's the way the pendulum wants to swing, who am I? I'm just a precarious observer of these things. I have no control or influence over the world around me. If the pendulum wants to swing in this stochastic terrorist direction, I am but a mere ant looking up at things I don't understand, chat. Just too far out of my realm of comprehension. Got banned after 1 day, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Very, very long ban there. And I have another video. This is a stream full of video content. I love video content. It means I can go to the bathroom, chat. I have watched this, so I'm not going to miss out on anything. I want to apologize in advance, by the way, to my live audience, my live audience, that this video is disgusting. Not because of anything that's said or shown. There's something really, really wrong with H3's body. He is like burping and gasping for air, coughing up phlegm, like right into the microphone this entire time. And I don't know if that's like if he's on those GPL1 weight loss drugs and now he has like digestive issues, or I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. So this video is really gross. If you're listening to the podcast feed, you may not hear it because my post-processing tends to remove a lot of sounds that it considers annoying. So if I ever have like a smoke detector chirp in my videos that I'm showing, it usually strips those out. And I think it does a good job of getting out mouth noises. So let's listen to H3 real quick. I apologize if you are hearing things you don't want to hear, but like, I mean, he's eating on the set. And that's probably why he's got indigestion. He's like eating. People who eat while they stream are like the most perplexing. Can you not go 2 or 3 hours without eating? I eat like an hour before the stream. I had a tin of sardine fillets and olive oil. They're very good. And then that's it. That's all I had today. And I'll eat after my stream. I don't know why people have to eat on stream. It's really annoying. Anyways, let's see what H3 has to say today.
What a asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some clout. And then it gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And by the way, we were all friends with Adam for a long time until he decided that, like, he could get some clout by being a total psychopath and participate in Snark. Like, what a shitty friend. What a little freak, dude. It's just pathetic. So, yeah, he's accused me of leaving pills on the floor. And, yeah, so I'm feeling at a point to defend myself against... Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a that she kids, that she went on, like... She's at like a IDF baby, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on Anisa's and Idubbbz feed. My good friends who I stood by after all these years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get for saying one goddamn thing in our defense. Like, actually, Hila's not a baby. Actually, accusing Ethan of his dog is maybe too far. Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says anything, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm crazy. Like, dude, I probably done and stood by Idubbbz and Anisa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them because I love those guys. I vouched for their character, and I stood by them 100%. And listen, I'm not saying that they're not the good, nice, fine people that I thought they were, but I'll say this: I don't think they're any friends of mine. That's what I'll say at this moment. And certainly, I don't think they're any friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any halfway friends, man. That's not what I need. How could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hasan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies. Or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something. Hasan actually his dog. You think that I would let that slide as much as I hate Hasan? You don't think I would say something? Somehow it's like admirable right now to just be like, yeah, that's true. I refuse to acknowledge any common human decency at all. Ethan is the worst person that ever lived. He is evil in every conceivable way, and we must destroy him. Why? I really don't know. I really don't.
Okay. Ethan is recognizing his position in the world as the young people are becoming virulently anti-Semitic. What's funny, to encapsulate the point of contention here, is that Ethan Klein is very upset that Idubbbz and Anisa are associated with people who are very anti-Israel and very anti-him. And that might sound conceited, but there is some context to this where after Anisa and Idubbbz started like really ruining their lives together and tanking everything Idubbbz had built and started just being the giant biggest pussies that have ever lived, publicly humiliating themselves, H3 defended him quite a bit. He like really stuck his neck out for Idubbbz. Said that a lot of what Anisa wasn't like a negative influence. This was really Idubbbz trying to make a heel turn, trying to be like a good person or whatever. And to reward him for this, Idubbbz has basically sucked up to like the Hasan sector, because Hasan, I think, is like an amateur boxer. So he's trying to get like Hasan's people all hyped up for Creator Clash. And he sees that as his redemption, is having a really successful Creator Clash with lots of like Hasan people. And then, of course, all of Hasan's people and all the money that they have will watch his show. And that's it. So Idubbbz has made like this really like selfish decision to just allow Ethan Klein to be called a Jewish baby by the people that he's sucking up to, because he's trying to make money and he's trying to redeem himself. So in that way, I actually kind of feel bad for H3, because he really did stick his neck out for Idubbbz, and then he just gets to eat shit for it. I also brought up in the thread how it feels like he's really tweaking, like there's something wrong. And the consensus was from other people that, if you don't know, H3 has Tourette syndrome. He has real Tourette syndrome, and it manifests in weird tics. His like eyebrows wiggle weird. He like closes one eye and makes like a twitchy face. And he just does that in general, like normally, as he's like talking. But when he gets worked up on something, when he's like actually emotionally compromised, he has the absolute worst poker face that has ever existed. And apparently starts flailing about. People said that during the beginning of the stream, he was like normal H3, and then by this point, he was like a mess. So there was some speculation on if it's drugs or if it's like his Tourette's acting up because he was like really upset thinking about Idubbbz with him. So I'll leave it up to you to decide if he's on drugs or not. The response from Idubbbz was, of course, to show H3 that he can give himself the good self-suck. He has a picture of a like AI-generated duck with, imagine hating on me in my room doing this, and I'm in my room doing this, and then here he is practicing the self-suck, getting really close. I don't know if he'll have the penis to actually accomplish this, but he's trying his best. He is trying his best. So that was Idubbbz' response to this. And then H3 started beefing with this guy called Froggyfresh, which, from my understanding, is not Froggyfresh, who is another character in the Idubbbz and Anisa Creator Clash saga. This is like from my understanding, it is a Hasan Piker mega simp, and this guy has really pissed off H3. Froggyfresh says, just learned 2 years before Ethan's dog's death, some H3 fans voiced concerns for his chronic vomiting, pointing to kidney failure, got shunned by other fans. Ethan declined the advice, stayed the course, feeding him cheese as treats. Fast forward, dog dies of kidney failure at 6 years old for a breed that has a lifespan of 13 years old. H3 refutes this, says they took the dog to the vet multiple times to get him checked out, and it wasn't until he insisted on getting comprehensive blood work done that they identified that he was in stage 4 renal failure. And then he died 6 months after that diagnosis. So he was really upset over this because he loved the dog. So in the video, what he's talking about with the dog was this. These are other messages after this started. Anisa says, I'm collecting all the altered photos of JD Vance like Pokemon cards. Me too. Creator Clash says, which is their brand account, you're going to wish you never stepped into the ring with me. And then there's like a video, like a work video. I forget what you call it. What's the thing that Ethan Ralph does when he's trying to like rile himself up? He does it's It's not a work. That's the name of like the story in the fighting. I'm gonna a promo. They're cutting a promo. They're cutting a promo where the boxers are like, "Look, I'm taking this seriously, and you're going down, Buster." Anisa decides to hype up this hype promo by going, "Let's go, nice guys," which is not very hype. Anisa says, "I'll move in with you. Let's split it 50-50." Idubbbz says, "Whose bright idea was it to say they're nice guys? They are killers who hate each other." So even Idubbbz recognizes that this promo about nice guys fighting is actually really retarded. And when you're cutting a promo, you should probably want some kind of passion, some kind of anger, relatable human emotions that revolve around fighting. So that's pretty embarrassing for them. There is... Anisa made some salads. I think it has some halloumi, actually. I could eat the fuck out of some halloumi right now. Froggy Tonic responds to this with some bullshit. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know why H3 is making him important. I'm not trashing the dog. I have defended Hila on every point you have mentioned as far as October 2024. I beefed with my own people again and again over you. That's the level of charitability. Just look at yourself. Listen to your words. You are ill. And then Anisa decided the best way to handle this conflict is to get more tattoos. She says, very excited to be heading to LA to see friends and get a tattoo. I need a mini vacation from work so bad. So she has decided that she can't handle the stress and is going to punish herself in the best way she knows how by getting more disaster pinned on her. Then finally, this is effectively the closest thing to a real response to H3 that she posted. I don't want to know people like that anymore, as if there was an obligation, as if I owed you something. So, no, even though you defended us, even though you tried to salvage our careers, I don't owe you anything, H3. Fuck you, you long-nosed dog, perhaps. Perhaps will be the next word. And that's, H3 News, a creator clash going well. I think that someone posted their GoFundMe and they have they've raised like $24,000 out of like 1 million goal. I think is what's going on with that. So, oh, this is what their actual fans say. Apparently, let's see. Is this H3's subreddit? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is going to be the pro people. Ethan and Hila weren't obligated to defend Ian and Anisa from incel-coded Ian got cucked by a thought campaign a few years ago. I mean, that's not really incel-coded. That's just kind of obvious. But they went out of their way to do it anyways, despite knowing it would bring them more backlash. Wolfman says, that's what's being a friend, or that's called being a friend, but I guess being loyal and compassionate towards your friends is an unacceptable obligation now. Yeah, it's such an entitled response. Actual friends do owe their friends stuff, loyalty, a shoulder to cry on, an ear to listen to, etc. I would hate to be friends with someone who didn't choose to do those friend things. It makes Ian's reputation worse. Probably. Anisa Johma had a little oopsie. A nice Kiwi decided, actually, let's give him a sticker. I'm going to give him the bestest sticker. This is a lovely, lovely drawing of Idubbbz and Anisa's podcast, where Anisa talks about herself constantly for 2 hours. He drew this, and then Anisa said, I'm going to own those Kiwi. I'm going to use this drawing without their permission to promote my podcast. And she even says, me. New podcast out today where you can watch me. However, chat, her ignorance oversaw something that Ozul had carefully hid into the image. Let's take a look. Wait, I can't do that. Zoom in. It doth appear that is the Schutzstaffel's double lightning bolts, chat. It does appear that is a Haas symbol embedded directly into this image that Anisa Johma willfully put on the internet as a representation of herself. She says, it's literally me. Anisa Johma says, it's literally me. I have Schutzstaffel lightning bolts on my skin. It's literally me. That's what she said. She took this image. She loved it. She loved it so much. She used it to promote herself and her podcast. And she said, look, it's me with the Schutzstaffel lightning bolts shot. Isn't it fascinating? She later regretted this decision and deleted the image. So, And then she had to apologize even. So we had to delete, and then she even put a crying Homer Simpson sticker on the lightning bolts. I didn't realize the loser who drew this put a hate symbol on me. Sigh. You have so much talent, kid. Couldn't have been fun if you didn't sneak white supremacy shit into your art. Anyways, I saw these cool people on my walk today and wanted to share this bit of fun on such a sad day. So, this is how you keep these losers from stealing your shit. This is why Crunklord is base. And this is I've told this before, but I'll reiterate it. Crunklord wrote in Holy See basically a GPU driver to create video games on Temple OS that you can play natively. And I played his annual Terry Davis tributes on my streams before. And he put a lot of work into this. And so he wanted to make sure that his gift of chudliness to the world was not tainted by troons wanting to abduct his work. So he licensed it. But did he put in his license that you have to be based and chud-pilled and just expect people to honor that? Of course not. Instead, he wrote a license called AGPL plus neighbor. And the terms of the license is that the N-word must be present in the code somewhere, including the license. So removing the license is insufficient for the purposes of sanitizing the code because it comes from a poison tree. It's a poison well, and you'll always have you can purge it, I guess, but then you'd be breaking the source file. This idea was actually more popular than his actual game. And I have been told by Crunk that he knows for sure there are Chinese-based open source projects that use the AGPL plus neighbor license unironically because they don't want Westerners to use their code. So that is his contribution to science and culture. That is that's the Kiwifarms' influence to science and culture. And Ozul is merely applying this principle to art. He has created fantastic fan art that truly captures the essence of the people being paradised. And he snuck in just a little plus neighbor in his own way to make sure that it could never be taken and stolen and misappropriated for him. And there's no way that the same doesn't apply on the left. Like, people take left-wing music and shit and all the time and just make it based. You can't untint something. Anisa has gotten hand tattoos. I think I showed the outlines of the hand tattoos last stream. Well, now they are colored in, and you can see they are quite beautiful. I just want to show you the colors, but I guess it's going to take forever. There you go. Perfect. Oh, man. Beautiful. Truly detailed. I love how the head, the top of the skull, looks exactly like a penis head. So she's gotten, I mean, it's just amazing. Just truly amazing. It looks so bad that it kind of reminds me of like an icon for a spell and like an early MMO. Like if you were playing like a browser-based Flash game in the 2000s and you had like a flaming skull magic attack, this would be the icon in the Flash game that you click to cast your flaming skull attack. Like that's the level of artistry here. It's like this is like you're building shit with gradients and shockwave. So she got that tattooed on her hand. No, she went to LA. Here's the story with Anisa, in case you don't know. Idubbbz looks disgusting. If you've seen a picture of him, he's got like the disgusting broccoli hair, the mullet. He looks emaciated and depressed. He's on psychotropic medication. And supposedly, the reason why he looks like that is that Anisa is absolutely, totally, and completely obsessed with a tattoo artist in Los Angeles. And his art is atrocious. It is the worst tattoos I've ever seen, but supposedly it's like his brand. All of his tattoos look like this, and he charges thousands and thousands of dollars for the sleeves and shit that she gets from this guy. And if I remember correctly, Idubbbz looks like him now. So, like, she has skinwalked her boyfriend to look more like this tattoo artist that apparently wants nothing to do with her because he's not that stupid. But she still drops in and pays him thousands of dollars to, I imagine, because it's like for her to sit in the chair and have him work on a sleeve, and he's like touching her skin and like brushing her with his hands while he like does it, and they're chit-chatting, and it's like a to get those sleeves done, it's like a 24 hours of tattoo time, right? It has to be done over days. So it's like 3 days of boyfriend time with a guy you're actually attracted to while he's like grooming your, like touching you and holding you the entire time. And I imagine that's why she spends thousands of dollars to get this shit done, because that's what she's into. So she gets these done, and people in the forum are laughing, obviously, and they're like, how bad, like, what's her next step in like this like complete crash out, like losing her mind? Like, what is she gonna do next? And people have joked she's gonna get knuckle tattoos next, so she's getting shit on her hand, because like if you get in case you're wondering, the reason why it's a bad idea to get things on your hand is that there are certain jobs that require you to look professional and not have RuneScape icons on your hands. Because you can wear a suit and cover up almost anything. So it's like anything above the neckline you don't want to have tattoos on, and anything on your hands you don't want to have tattoos on, because you can't even hide that by wearing a suit in a business meeting. So if you get tattoos on your hands or neck or face, you're basically telling the world, I'm a complete piece of shit. I have no ambitions. I don't ever want to be in a professional setting ever. So people joke, well, she's going to get knuckle tattoos next, because that's the worst possible thing to get a tattoo on. And boom! She gets wine night. Like the night you drink wine, but night spelled wrong, so it's 4 letters. Wine night. Tattooed on her knuckles, chat. Not an interesting idea. That's the thing. She's covered in tattoos. From like head to toe, she is covered in tattoos. Every inch of her. And there's no rhyme or reason. It's not like she's trying to achieve some consistent look, or she's trying to honor certain things that she's excited about. Like, she's super hyped for her creator clash thing, but she has like no wrestling tattoos. She literally walks into this guy's tattoo office, and then she picks them off the wall. She picks designs that he's drawn on paper to demonstrate his artistic style, and she says, I want that one. And she gets that permanently inked into like all over her body. And it's truly baffling. And people summate it in the thread as being a form of self-harm, that she's doing things to make herself look ugly all the time. Like when she shaved her head and went around in like leather chaps for whatever reason. And it's like she's doing things to make herself ugly because it's like a form of self-harm at this point. It's just like, it's so bad. Flash art. That's right. That's what it's called. That's right. You know what you're talking about. Got a tattoo guy over here talking about art and shit. But maybe one day I'll get my Pikachu tattoo, chat. This is it. This is the final. This is it. This is the final. You can tell. By the way, I forgot about the other icon. So there's almost no thematic consistency. I will give it credit. She seems to be going for like Jamaican colors, like red, green, and yellow are like Jamaican colors. Like you associate that with Rastafarianism. So she has like this Jamaican color scheme, Rastafarian color scheme. So that's consistent between them. And the star, it's not even the same star. Like if you look at the stars above the heart and the stars below the skull, they're different. Kind of. A little bit different. They're so close that at first glance I thought they were the same. I thought, oh, okay, at least that's a little bit consistent. But then they're a little bit different. So you look at it and you're like, wait a second. Even that's not consistent. Even that looks bad. Why would you do it like this? So, since I've noticed it, in case you're wondering, Anisa is a Muslim. She professes to be Islamic. She is Lebanese. And if you don't know, Lebanon is an interesting history. Before, I think it was after World War II, I think there was like an Islamic revolution in Lebanon, or a civil war or something. And it basically killed the Christian population. The Lebanese mandate, when it was owned by France, was like 40% Muslim, 40% Christian, and then like 10% some weird ass religion that neither recognizes. I think it's like based off Islam, but it's weird. I think it's called the Druza. And so Lebanon was like 40% Christian, 40% Muslim, and then 10% Druze, I think is what the minority religion was. And no, Zoroastrianism is Iran. So after the Civil War, I want to say all the Christians and then ISIS came through and like genuinely genocided the Druze. I want to say that like all the men were and all the women were enslaved during the ISIS occupation. So now like the Druze minority is just like completely destroyed. But she's Lebanese. Her father was a Muslim, and her mother was Roman Catholic Irish, which is an offensive pairing. And of course, pairing like that creates people like Anisa Johma. And so she gets a Sacred Heart tattooed. If you don't know, that heart on the right hand is a symbol of Catholicism. It's a Catholic, I think it's specific to Catholicism. And I want to say it's the Sacred Heart of the Virgin Mary. Because the Catholics really, this is, in case you don't know anything about like religion spurging, the contention, like people who are Protestant give Catholics a lot of shit, in part because I think they say that Mary was also perfect. Like she was like the perfect vessel for Jesus, and she was a perpetual virgin, even though the Bible says that Jesus had brothers. They said it was allegorical brothers, and not like literal flesh and blood brothers. So Protestants give, and when I say brothers, I mean it was Mary and Joseph. He had like step siblings, basically. Allegedly. That's what this is debated. Don't yell at me. I don't care. I'm just outlining this. So the Catholics have like an idolatry thing for the Virgin Mary, and people give Catholics a lot of shit for that. And that's like the symbol for the Catholic Virgin Mary. So my point is that she's a Muslim, and she has gotten the Sacred Heart of the Virgin Mary tattooed on her hand for reasons unknown to me. Oh God, how do I even sum this up? This is so stupid. Froggyfresh said that he would give like $10,000 to a charity if Anisa Johma could deadlift 275 or 260 pounds. And she did a deadlift. Now, I'm not an expert in fitness, but apparently she did a deadlift using a tool that alleviated the most difficult part of the deadlift. So Froggyfresh said that it didn't count. And then this also made Froggyfresh's wife or girlfriend do the deadlift herself correctly without the tool. And Anisa is coping and seething about this, basically. The cheater bar. Explain to me how this works. I can see it. I can kind of see that there are like handles that are like lateral on the bar. Does this make it easier? The bitch bar, I see. The cheater bar. It gives you more leverage. It uses different muscles. It distributes the weights more. Okay. So I understand. The cuck bar makes it a lot easier to deadlift. So Anisa did not do it correctly. And also, I remember that this video of her lifting 275 is years old. So it's not even like a recent video of her lifting this. So there is some drama in this, and she's seething about this. She says, I'm assuming that this status will be deleted shortly since the video is not following the rules of the challenge, and you won't accept the 6K challenge of using a straight bar from the ground, no platform. She can live stream it. So I don't know. This is like an A-log? I think this is Froggyfresh. That's what I was told. But apparently she can't do it. She did respond. Anita says, cope, Lamau, pay up. And then he just says, I'm casually doing a 4x4 of 275 like from 2 years ago. And he said that I'm in the gym all the time. Platform is just to ensure proper form for back health. This was a random video film for me. If you don't think I couldn't pull 260 from the ground once, you're coping. Then just do it. Then do it, and I'll pay $5,000 to charity. And then people have said, you're such a loser at Lamau. I'm offering to pay her money for her charity, and she doesn't care about it. And I think that she still hasn't done it. I think that's the update on this. Already a nameless, faceless account and still couldn't handle the consequences of disingenuously dangling charity money. I don't understand why she doesn't just do it, unless she can't. So there you go. That's what Anisa's up to. Anisa is supposed to be championing this charity fight thing, and someone offers to give her $5,000 for this charity if she can just do a deadlift that she says she can do, and she refuses to, chat. Fascinating. She might need another cope session where she goes and gets by that tattoo artist that she made Idubbbz dress up like us. That's my favorite thing about Anisa, by the way. Not only does she go to this tattoo parlor with the shittiest tattoos ever all the time to get the shittiest tattoos ever tattooed on her that she doesn't even care about because it's just like off the wall garbage, but she also, the guy looks exactly like how Idubbbz looks now, and it's so obvious that she's like made him cosplay as this tattoo artist so she can pretend that's like this tattoo artist when she's having. It is one of the saddest things ever. She's truly a monument to BPD. BPD girls everywhere look up to Anisa and think, wow, I wish I could be like her. I wish I could fuck somebody's life up as bad as she has. Let us talk about Content Cop. So I actually did. I watched this and I clipped it, and then I watched it again and I clipped it, chat. So actually, I only clipped H3's reaction to. Oh no, okay. I got this. Hold on. I'll go back to this for one thing that I forgot. But I want to show you the intro. The intro of this. There are 3 different intros to this Content Cop. Before I start, if you don't know, Idubbbz used to be an edgy content creator. He said the N-word. He burned a Quran. He also did nice little videos. There's a series that he did about trying to capture all the squirrels in his backyard and release them. And the whole catch and release squirrel saga is like so wholesome. And it shows that he had like a heart for animals, which is always an easy win for people on the internet. You know, he seemed like he had a soul. And then he got married to Anisa. And I don't want to just blame her, but I'm blaming this on her. To give you some background, after Idubbbz and Anisa started cucking out really hard, he made an apology video basically disowning everything that he had ever done. Everything that his 7 million followers plus had ever subscribed for, he disowned and disavowed and said that he was a better person and he regrets what he did and he's sorry and he wants to make more wholesome content now. One of the things that he was especially apologetic for was Content Cop, which was basically like pre-commentary YouTube drama videos, calling out creators. And when he put these videos out, it had a noticeable impact on the trajectory of the lives of the people that he went after. And he stopped doing that, I think, 8 years ago. And so H3 was one of the only people in the entire world of everybody online who, when Idubbbz did this simpering, I'm sorry stuff, and he got married to Anisa, who was humiliating him week after week, the only person who stuck his neck out for his friend was H3 and Hila Klein. They said that the work stuff that Anisa was doing is fine and that it doesn't humiliate Idubbbz in any way. She's an adult. She can do what she wants, and they have an adult relationship. The prudes don't get it. That it's right for him to make amends. If he felt that he was doing bad stuff, it's good for him to make amends to that. H3 carried the line and said it stood up for them. Years later, after October 3rd, or October 7th, when Hamas attacked Israel and killed a bunch of innocent people at a rave, there broke out a war. And how that war has been conducted is very controversial. But in general, there are people who are pro-Palestinian, and those people clash a lot with the Jews, like Ethan Klein and Hila Klein. Hila, in particular, was a member of the IDF, as I'm sure many people who listen to my stream will know. So H3 and Hila, they're still very big creators, but they find themselves in this uncomfortable position, whereas Jewish leftists living in Los Angeles, they are surrounded by pro-Palestinian people like Hasan, who is much bigger than H3 at this point. And so they've been kind of losing ground. And I've talked to a bunch of Jewish people for whatever reason, because I talked to Gabe Gabe Hoffman, and I've been talking to another Jewish guy recently. Just as sheer coincidence, and they both get this really uncomfortable feeling that it's like, I just sense the tide turning against us. We don't have any young friends anymore. Like, sure, the government right now is completely boomer and very like anti-Semitism, but the left and the right of the young people hate Jews a lot. And with the way that Hasan is like gaining popularity, it really genuinely scares them. It makes them uncomfortable and it worries them. And they're like, I don't want to get lynched by a bunch of Turk roaches in my own country, the United States. So it does scare them, and it scares Ethan, who's raising children in Los Angeles. Like, I don't want my kids to be hurt by people like Hasan, because Hasan talks to terrorists, openly calls for Israel to be claimed from river to the sea, which means the total destruction of Israel. So when Idubbbz started getting comfy with people on the Hasan sphere, Ethan got very upset, and he's like, bro, these people want me. And I look, I don't like H3, especially because he's become more litigious as he's gotten more popular. He's become a bit of a dickhead, right? He's done some really nasty, shitty things, but I understand his perspective. If I was him, I would also be really worried. And then the one guy that you really stood up for and stuck your neck out for is becoming friends with the guys who want you and your family and everybody you know back in Israel. And he's like, what's the deal, big guy? What's up with this? And I think my theory is, and when I talked about Idubbbz in the past, I was very hesitant to blame everything on Anisa, because I don't think that even if it was her fault, it's like you have to blame Idubbbz for allowing himself to be manipulated like that. But Idubbbz was already on that path before they met up, and then they started being together at about the same time. However, with this, I really think it's Anisa's fault. I feel like Anisa has cracked the whip and said, we have to go after H3. He's a Zionist. Being associated with him is a bad look. And the real popular guys are the Muslims on Twitch, like Hasan Piker. That's who we want to be with. And I think that Idubbbz got manipulated, because she probably didn't pitch it like that, but she pitched it like, dude, they're signing the Palestinians over there. We can't be associated with this Zionist and IDF soldier any longer. And so Idubbbz did the most thing possible, and he stabbed H3 in the back without warning. Didn't even tell him. Didn't give him an opportunity to respond to certain things. He put together this video, and it is effectively just a regurgitation of every single thing that Hasan Piker has against H3. And there's no meat to it. It's like, at best, you can say that he was a little bit mean to one of his employees and that he's a little bit of a dickhead. I mean, a big dickhead with the litigiousness. But the overwhelming majority of what he has to say is that Hasan Piker is a more intelligent and more educated and better opinionated streamer than H3 is when it comes to politics and especially Israel. And that's it. That's the Content Cop, which is the exact opposite of what Content Cop was. Back in the day, like, for the Leafy video was very famous because Leafy was this bully who bullied a bunch of people, but he was obviously like a very clinically insecure person who had no chin and always conspicuously covered his chin in every video of him. So that's why it was just mean-spirited bullying, making fun of taking people down a peg who had a big ego and a big head on their shoulders, who were being dickheads while, showing their own ass. And that's why people liked it, because it felt kind of righteous. And he just fails to do it in this. So now that I've gotten the full background out, I'm going to play you the 3 intros from the Content Cop, because these are the only interesting things in the video. So intro 1, the reawakening segment.
Destination, the beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
thing in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby. Actually, accusing Ethan of his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says anything, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not.
This in and of itself is insane to me. In that clip that he's listening to, H3 is talking about how Dinham, who's one of the Muslim streamers, I think Lebanese, called CPS on H3's kids and tried to affect his custody, and he had to go through like this entire program to prove that he wasn't abusing his children. And that's insane. That would get you banned from the Kiwifarms. And H3 complaining about this, rightfully so, justified in doing so, because it's absurd that an internet beef would turn to government officials in your house threatening your custody of your own children. Idubbbz is like, wait a second, this guy's bad after all. I need to go do another content cop. Like, in the language of the cinema, in the kino, that is what he is portraying to the audience. This clip of Ethan Klein being upset that his kids were with by Denims and other people on the Reddit. He needs to do a video exposing Ethan Klein. And it's just absurd.
Bad enough that I have this group of...
What we do here is go back.
This is the classic music of all the content cops. So just lots of little silly stuff. He's putting on the uniform. He's like really trying to show off his body because he just considers himself. I think it's like a compensation where it's like he has been so emasculated on the internet that he feels like he's lost control of his masculinity. His wife's a whore. He's humiliated. Nobody respects him. So he's like, I'm going to do the most macho thing I can think of. I'm going to do Fight Club and I'm going to become a boxer. And that's his way of like compensating for how he's lost control over his own life. So he rented an Airbnb. This looks like Northern California. And he's doing like a skit. He's running off and he's running back. His people need him. He's no longer going to be living in a Ted Kaczynski cabin in the woods. And Jump Scare Hasan Piker. So this is Creator Clash intro or Content Cop intro 2. And it's literally just Hasan Piker.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day.
Boys, girls, and I don't know anything about this guy, but everything I've ever seen him say makes me despise him. What a disgusting roach.
I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content Nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How?
So at this point, it switches to what I'm going to call intro 3. First one is just saying it's a content cop. It's pretty good, I guess. The clip he chose is stupid, but okay, I get it. Then hard cut to just Hasan Piker not doing anything funny. He's just in his room. And I think it's kind of just like, we're here, Ethan. We've breached the inner sanctum. We are now in Hasan Piker's streaming room. And that's how you know you're any like it's like any prayer in this inner sanctum is amplified 1,000,000 times by Allah and by the presence of Hasan Piker. It just becomes 1,000,000-fold more powerful. So it's kind of like he's shooting his Kamehameha, and it's going through like a lens that's making it even more powerful because he just so happens to be in Hasan Piker's room as he does it. Truly just setting this up to be a real banger. So then it immediately, there's no cut in between the second one that I'm showing you and this one. It's just a direct continuation. But it becomes a skit. And my opinion is, and you'll understand once you watch it, is extremely, extremely, extremely cringe. But my opinion of this is that he is trying to ape Sam Hyde. And this is supposed to be very Sam Hydean because he was so utterly and completely destroyed and humiliated by Sam Hyde that he's tried to emulate some of his editing choices and how he tries to do like mind-bending stuff. And that will make sense as you watch this nightmare. It is a literal nightmare. Get ready.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Seems anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same, but nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
I'm gonna wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
That entire thing is just like, never mind Mecca. You found it. It's Hasan Piker's bedroom, apparently. All those people just celebrating the fact that they were invited to meet Hasan Piker. It's kind of like when the met Joe Biden and got like a cookie from the White House. Like, I'm in the White House. I'm in the White House. But instead of the White House, instead of getting a cookie from Joe Biden, you're in Hasan Piker's bedroom in Los Angeles, which is just where he streams the Twitch. But they're like overwhelmed with gratefulness that they're in his presence and in his room, the famous Hasan Piker studio with the Asana B neon light in the background. And it's like, who gives a who gives a about this stinky Turk roach? And hopefully you understood what I meant about Sam Hyde. This in particular is a GIF that I made. I saw this clip and you know what? I can make this into a GIF. This is him literally Hasan's microphone. I don't think he cleaned it. So that little foam has all sorts of spit and bacteria from Hasan Piker doing his podcast. If you were to lick my microphone, it'd probably be real gnarly. And he's literally so to just drive that point home that this man is Hasan B. Here he is sucking off the lick spittle of him talking into the microphone for the video. And it's just like, it's so embarrassing. And then here's what happens next. You ready? Wacky, wacky. Now watch this. You ready? Okay, super edgy. And then... Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. There's a fourth intro. One more. And this is very Kino. This is actually very important. So here's intro number 4. I completely forgot about this one. So he's panting because he ran all the way from Northern California to back where he belongs in the studio. What does he do?
All right.
He drops the Content Cop uniform because he wants to show his audience, yes, this is called a Content Cop, but I'm different. And we're not doing the old Content Cop. This is new Idubbbz Content Cop. So he just he doesn't just take it off, he shreds it because he's a big, muscular, manly man and not a cuckold at all. He definitely is a real man. So he's going to use his strength to tear that shirt off, showing you not only is this not a Content Cop, but he's destroying the old Content Cop with his newfound soy strength, Chad. It's very Kino, actually. It's Kino in a way that's like anti-Kino, where it's like, this is very purposeful. It has subtext. It has subliminal messaging, and it's also really, really gay. So it's anti-Kino. So he sits down. He gets in front of his... He doesn't get in front of his computer like he did in the old days. He gets in front of a boxing thingy, so he can show you he's a boxer. He's so manly, he's a boxer, and he's not in front of a computer anymore because he takes his boxing career very seriously. Even though I don't think he's won a fight. And then this is the rest of the video. He is set down in front of the boxing thing, playing clips and just talking. And there's not honestly not too much to say about it. He's just complaining that H3 is not taking a position on Israel that he prefers. And he's accusing his new friends of anti-Semitism. And that's it. And so instead of showing you the video, I'm going to show you H3's reaction to the video because I find that much more interesting than Idubbbz himself. Now, I only have a couple minutes of this, and I want to start off with this clip.
Baby.
I just expected
Also, I'm
better.
sure this is all going to get clipped, and I love that I'm looking like this for all this.
At least I don't have black hair.
True.
So Dan, the producer of the show, is in ponytails the entire time. So I thought that was very funny, so I clipped that first. Let's get an initial reaction. This is Dan leaning over to the to H3 to tell him that the second tower has been hit.
Some breaking news. Your old friend Idubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is the... No, it can't be.
Well...
It actually can't be. Holy dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God. Holy.
He's in disbelief. This kind of, I think that this kind of sums up the actual reaction. This is about 2 minutes in, and it's really good. And I want you to, my takeaway from this is that imagine how you would want somebody to feel, or how Idubbbz would have wanted Leafy to feel about his content cop. Imagine what emotion he's trying to put into Leafy and how he's trying to make him feel, or feel a certain way, as Bossman says. Probably bad, probably embarrassed, probably a little bit reluctant to go in front of a camera again, trying to humiliated, ashamed. Those are what he's going for. He's trying to debilitate him. Think about, when you're watching this, what emotions are going through this room as they talk.
This guy went from saying he didn't want to get involved to supporting people calling CPS, like associating with people calling CPS on my family. An atmosphere where someone like Bad Empanada is being platformed by people like Matt Lieb and Denims, who are friends with.
It looks like they're both in the video.
Check the description.
Oh my God! Like what? Why? What would I do to what kind of, bro? What kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like, we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys, and you bring on people who are Denims and Frogan, who did a anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them and co-signing them. And by the way, to make it even more crazy, Lena's fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually unreal.
Pretty wild.
And it's just so pathetic too. Like, talk about a bandwagon. Like, bro, this is the edgy, cool content you're trying to make a play to warm up to. By the way, Idubbbz, Lena's having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just mean-spirited. I can't. I'm genuinely in disbelief.
It was the Froggy guy.
Did he message Lena or just you? Because she's a human being too, by the way.
I don't know.
And this is about her. She's the one fighting. Why is he apologizing to you? Say sorry to her, you dumb.
He might have. She's in the bathroom.
Dude, this is so f***ed up.
I don't mean to make it about us, but man, I do feel bad for Lena. I had the full support of the whole audience the first time, and it was still so tough.
Yeah.
She's worked so hard.
And I know Ethan offered, to buy her out previously, but she doesn't feel right taking, that large amount of money from Ethan for nothing. So it's just a shitty situation.
Yeah.
Look at that face. Just utter shock and disbelief. It's unreal to him that this guy that he ate so much shit for is just going to turn around on him and try to shit on him so he can monkey branch to the Palestinian guy. And then even his staff, they're the people who have fought every year in Creator Clash. Idubbbz has no clout, no pull. He can't get actual people like Logan or Jake Paul to fight in his event. So he gets random producers from the H3 show to fight each other. Random thoughts from Twitch. Like extremely small creators are parts of larger creator streams. And now they're just sitting here like, what the f do I do? They've spent their own personal money in investing in private training that Idubbbz promised them that he would pay them back after the event had already made money. So they had to pay up front so they could be reimbursed later And now they're in a position where they've already spent their money to do their personal training, and they've been working on it for months so that they can be in competitive form and participate in the event. And now the rug's pulled on them. And now it's like they're out of money, and they've been doing all this for nothing. And it's like, what a shitty thing to do. He couldn't even wait until after Creator Clash, and if he had been thinking clearly, he definitely would have waited until after Creator Clash, but instead he pulled this now, and I think he pulled this with urgency because of Anisa pushing him to do so, and Anisa doesn't have any business sense. So it's like, it wasn't just like a backstab, it was like a dumb backstab for no, like, just bizarre. I truly, I just don't get it. And then see, I think this is...
The other hand...
Okay. He actually reacts to about half the video. And I found this particular response from Hila. Even when I talk about Hila, I talk about Hila Klein. I talk about what she does, who she is. And when Idubbbz talks about her, you know how he refers to her throughout the entire video? Ethan's wife. Mrs. Ethan Klein, that lady, the girl that just so happens to sit next to Ethan. And she calls this out.
On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience.
Wait, hold on.
His wife's Israeli. She served
His wife.
to
That's
the
all he has
Israeli
to say
cause
about
and what's happening to them.
that girl.
His wife's Israeli.
That's all she's good for. She's Israeli and she did the IDF, so you know what that means about her.
You know what that means? Dude, I've been blue balling chat for like 30 minutes, but listen, I'm never late or gay. I'm always on time. Now, okay, they did not react to the entire video, but you know who did react to the entire video? Hasan. That's right. Hasan gave his blessing to Idubbbz. Now, Hasan watches like 12 hours of XQC style react shit every single stream, so it's not that important. He definitely would watch hour-long videos from my understanding of anything, but he did air the whole Content Cop on stream and agree with it. So let's cut to the live Hasan reaction to the Content Cop.
This is an Idubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hasan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hasan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on Podcast History. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan
notice
go
that there
on
is
drugs, bro.
something
I
conspicuously missing in this
and then it was the
audio.
Bill Burr episode.
Now, I want you to think about it. What could be happening on the screen that would correspond with this lack of turk roach noises? Could it be that Hasan Piker just abandoned ship halfway through this video? Could it be that we're getting a live chair react from Hasan Piker's chair? I have it on good authority that Idubbbz smelled this seat, so getting the chair's attention, he'll settle for that. He'll settle for just a chair react from Hasan. Just funny. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, bros. As far be it from me to defend H3 because I don't like him, and he's a dickhead. And he's a litigious dickhead, but what the and what's weird is that he's trading in such an old friendship for something that's so new. It's not like he's in really good friends with Hasan, and he has to choose, right? He just met this guy. This is his first time getting to smell his chair or deep throat the lick spittle off of his microphone. So there's no guarantee. They're not like real friends. And It's just bizarre to me. I can't even put myself in his shoes to understand what's happening. There is one thing I want to live react to. As I said, I've watched this 2 times over. I watched the first time, and then I watched H3 react to about half of it, and I pulled out some clips that I thought were particularly interesting. Most of what the content cop is just him, complaining about H3's opinions on Israel and how he's treated Hasan and so on and so forth. But there is one particular part that I have not seen, because what happened is at the end of this video, he's just playing like clips of other creators, and it's like, I don't give a oh, okay. So at the very end, he decides that he's going to show what moral high ground he stands on over H3. So even though he got all these Arabs together to shit on to play a nice fun game of kick the family friendly game across the United States, he decided at the end he's going to show that he's not doing a real content cop like the old days, because he's going to get all these people, including this living anthropomorphic pig in a blanket called Frogan, who is just disgusting, just one of the most viscerally disgusting things I've ever fucking seen. They're all going to say something nice about H3. So they all spout off like, well, he says what he wants and yada yada and so on and so, like just empty platitudes. Here's something interesting about this, by the way. He gets every single person in the cringe intro where they're dancing around, all of them together and doing the Fortnite dance, and gets them all the people that you see in this video do a nice little thing about how much they, what they respect about H3, except Hasan. Only Hasan could not spare 10 seconds to say even a single positive thing about that dirty and his bitch IDF wife. Could not even eke out a single thing that he respected about him, which the silence is deafening. Like, why even put that part into the video if Hasan's not going to do it? Because that's the ultimate own, is for Hasan to do the moral thing with them too. He's like, well, it's so easy. I can do it. I respect the fact that Ethan Klein is faithfully married to his wife and is bringing children together up in the same household with no around. As far as I know, he's never cheated on Hila. Though he did, I say that he has brought like stars and shit on the H3 podcast, but it's LA chat. You can't, he's not like you can't expect too much. As far as, I'll put it like this, I'll recover from that. As far as LA goes, he's doing a heck of a job, Brownie. Then there's one thing, I cut it off here. I literally did not watch this. So you're going to get a live reaction after this, because there's one part that I want to show you that I somehow missed what was apparently everybody's favorite part. Let's watch it together. If you don't know, H3 once did an apology video, and the guy on the right is a psychologist. The psychologist did a review of H3's video where he apologized and said, this is a very sincere apology. I gave it a 10 out of 10. H3 thought that was very funny. So he has repeatedly mentioned that he has given a 10 out of 10 apology, and he's kind of made jokes about that over the years. Idubbbz took that very serious and then went to this guy in this video to try and compel him to reduce his rating. And the guy, even though he flew out to Washington to talk to this guy in person, specifically to spite H3 in the most petty and vindictive way possible by getting a joke ruined, by having this guy alter post hoc his score for this apology based on the context, the guy refused. He said, I stand by my 10 out of 10 rating. I review my apologies based on only the apology itself and not the context. And I stand by that it was a 10 out of 10 apology. So he did all of that to try and do a humiliation ritual in H3. And the psychologist just said, no, I stand by it. And then at the end, supposedly something happens where Idubbbz accidentally felt himself talking to the psychologist. You ready? So I've never seen this. I don't know what to expect. It's about a minute long.
Like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping in.
That is disgusting. He cares. She's ruined your life, bro. You're a shell. You're an empty shell of a person puppeted by this disgusting woman pretending to be a Lebanese Muslim, despite being a. And you're crying about how much she means to you. It's actually disgusting. Wow. Let's finish this off because I don't know what happens after this.
To a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more hold up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Is that supposed to be like an own? Kind of like when I played that Carl Jobs thing where he's like, oh boy, wouldn't it be hilarious if I was the first person to lose a lawsuit to Billy Mitchell? Like kind of like a juxtaposition. Is that supposed to be like a juxtaposition where it's like, haha, I epically owned you with the content cop and now you look like a fool because you said this? Because otherwise I don't know what the point of that clip is. It's a very bad regardless, but it's bizarre. Yes, this music is throughout the video. So it's just such a blunder. And one of the things that H3 kept saying throughout his reaction is like, I can't believe that Idubbbz had the confidence to put this video out and think that it would have the intended impact. Or as I would say, the friggin' audacity. The friggin' audacity of this guy to come out swinging like this. By the way, the comments, I tried to read the comments because I thought maybe there's some that are funny. All the comments are just like, wow, it sure has been a long time since the last content cop. None of them have anything to do with the video. Since the latest content cop, I've become addicted to drugs, got clean, got extremely fit at the gym, got a job, got promoted, relapsed for 1 year, lost everything, and got clean again. I have gotten 2 degrees and 3 children. A huge day for leftists who were edgy teens in 2017. And it's just like, absolutely nothing. Thank you for Idubbbz for making a high school reunion in your comment section. Nice to see everyone again. This is like the only real on topic stuff. This whole video is just what it feels like when you're 30 and you have uneducated friends who won't grow up. I don't know if that's like in support of Idubbbz or Idubbbz himself, but there's a thing that H3 says in his video where he's watching the cringe intro and he's trying to do like the build up of like, he's the content cop and he's going to epically own H3. And H3 just says, Ian, you're not that person anymore. And it's so true. You're not that person. You are no longer the edgy cool guy on YouTube who's the content cop. You're a washed up guy pretending to be a boxer, dating a married to a you married a whore. See, it's just like it's crazy that the background for this drama is actual war and genocide. 30-year-olds acting like they are 16. I have no one I can talk to. You can talk to this to me. You can talk to this with me. Some stuff about missing Joji. It was a common sentiment. Joji. Oh, this is a. Joji really knew the perfect time to fold his cards and leave. Like the only comments that I see about this are actually about the video. Are just like, this is like embarrassing. Oh, this one. It's crazy how both of these guys were like my favorite YouTubers back in the day, and now they're 2 of the most insufferable people I've ever seen. This video has gotten like 4.6 million views. And nothing happens in it. Nothing happens about it in chat. It's just nuts. It's just nuts, chat. Have I gotten through everything? Oh, no, I actually have one a little update on Hasan. Immediately after this happened, and I guess Hasan was happy that Idubbbz was now that Idubbbz had new loyalties, so he might have been happy. This kind of went viral on Twitter, just real quick.
What? Are you?
So this is a Redact. I think that this is the Jewish guy that runs or did a podcast with Destiny. I don't know if they still do a podcast. I think they're split up at the moment because of events. So Hasan's reacting to Dan posting, I would love to hang, Hasan Piker posted in 2012, I would love to hang in Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down bang everything thrown his way. So he's reacting to this. This is a real tweet that he had made.
What? Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think. I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms, and one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Oh my God, I did.
What? This guy, this is just how they are, man. They want to get famous. Do you think this guy gives a f about socialism or Islam? And one other thing that I feel needs a mention, because you know how I am. So a while back, I posted some videos about an old friend of the forum, and I talked about how it was a bad idea for this person to come back on the internet and try to live a drama-free life, because obviously you're not going to have a drama-free life when you are who you are. Queen Kafal's decided that actually they are coming back and they're going to do drama. Stream announcements. I'm not back until the 22nd. All Ethan Klein hate postings are allowed in all channels for the next 48 hours. Have fun. Good luck. I'm busy having sex with a woman 14 years old older than me, but I'm friends with Idubbbz and his wife, so you all are my strongest soldiers. Me, when I pipe a nitrazepam and start posting in wiggle cord, nothing ever happens. I think it's a sleep aid. And sleepwalking posting. MILF, I love milk. I hate Israel. Ah ha ha ha. My Ackles person made a typo, dude, unfoul. So this is Keffel's high on sleep aids, talking about how he hates Israel, and once again butt plugged by an older woman, probably a also, is rushing to the side, because I think Keffel sees this. If only there was something that Keffels could do for Hasan Piker to just get a little of that magic dust crushed up in that seed of his. If he could just get a little bit of that magic dust, then he'll be back on top again. So, just in case, I'm willing to bet. I'll make a bet right here, $1,000. I will bet $1,000 that Keffels will never be anywhere near Hasan Piker. That means like on the stream, sniffing the chair, filleting the microphone, never happening. Even Hasan Piker's like, yeah, this frumpy white in Italian quotes with the Catboy Ranch. No, thank you. No, thank you. So on the last episode, we talked about how Idubbbz did a content cop on H3. I actually heard a very interesting theory about that content cop and why it was so bad. And my thought, I actually kind of agree with this. I mentioned at the beginning there's the anti-Kino where Idubbbz takes off his police uniform, like he shreds it as if to try and say like, this is a content cop, but as like a new Idubbbz, so I don't need the uniform, we're not doing the old thing. And that was kind of like anti-Kino. But someone pointed out to me that there's a weird cut when he like tears his uniform off where he puts on his clothes. And throughout the rest of the video, he's just wearing his clothes. And it made me wonder if it was not actually supposed to be a content cop. And he had already filmed and edited his whole video. And then something happened. And he realized, I need to make this under the content cop label. So that, for whatever reason, like that's the mystery. Like, did he think that if he made it a content cop, it would get a better reception, that more people would watch it? I think it's gotten 10 million views, so maybe that's why. And it's just sort of like, is he like desperate for money? Like, what exactly made him want to do that? I'm not watching an entire 20-minute long video response from H3. If you want to watch it, it's on the forum. It is pretty good. There is one specific part that I clip out. In particular, I want to say that H3 at some point received 2 human skulls in the mail. My understanding is that these were bought online. A human skull costs over $1,000. It's usually used for schools to teach people anatomy and stuff. So someone spent over $2,000 to deliver him 2 human skulls as a threat. So he did actually post these on the internet. He said that the FBI actually came to investigate what had happened with that. So, you know, it is crazy. I like this post. Special shout out to this guy. The 2 skulls are actually just the leftovers from Frogan's dinner the night before. There was one particular part of the content cop that I actually want to share. The whole video is a pretty concise breakdown of why Idubbbz is like a treacherous piece of shit. But this was the most interesting part. One of the people that he teamed up with was Bad Empanada, who Hasan calls Good Empanada because he does the good work of A-logging H3 basically. And this is a video that that H3 wanted to share of Bad Empanada. So this is Idubbbz's new friend that he's banking his career on. You ready?
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
He lets his dogs shit all over.
So that was the editing was a stylistic choice by H3, but it is very like that. The actual message is him just being unironic. Like he really thinks he's hot shit because he's like A-logging some podcast creator. Like, good on you, bro. Kind of embarrassing to take yourself that seriously. That was the most interesting part to me. There was another part that I saw from H3 where it was proven that the katana with the samurai swastika on it was intentionally bought by Hasan because it had the swastika and it looked sus. So the swastika on the sword that Idubbbz is holding is not a coincidence because he likes Naruto or some shit. It's like he's actually picked that because he thought it was funny to have a swastika. So no consequences, of course, for Hasan doing any of the shit because he's the pet of Dan Clancy and apparently he has ends at Twitch. This was the Frogan clip. Frogan responds to the H3 thing with the grace and civility you would expect.
And to be quite honest,
did I already play this on stream? I'm gonna play it again. I hate her.
it's very hard to look at, karma will make its way. To me, it's very hard to look at it that way. I wish I had that point of view. You know what I mean? Because, you see the shittiest people at the top. I don't know if I believe in karma. You know what I mean? And I'm like, if I had to lose my career over this bullshit, at least I can say I was consistent in my views, and I have been consistently against genocide, and it consistently uplifted the Palestinian people.
She's crying. I've been the #1 Twitch rising star 5 years in a row. Every month I get one new viewer, and I finally was about to make it big. And then this Jew called me an anti-Semite, and my career is over. Ooh.
Others can't say that, but I can.
I'll have you know that for years on this podcast, I have been playing videos that highlight the plight of the Palestinian people to uplift and enrich them, chat. I can't say with a clean conscience I have done more for the Palestinian cause than many other streamers, chat.
Simp for Frogan.
That's her dono sound for when you subscribe is Simp for Frogan, sound by Hasan. So, like, the cult of personality around Hasan is like the most baffling thing in the entire world to me. Like, how could you possibly give a shit about what he has to say ever?
And I feel like such a bitch for crying, but it's just like you sit and reflect, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? There are some days I just sit and I'm just like, I'm just like, I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? You know what I mean?
Here's the real thought, okay? Oh, one more little random thing that came up as a consequence of the content cop. So Sean the Black, or Sean the Black, shows up. Shonda, I'll call him that. Shonda shows up on the stream briefly. H3 basically has no idea who this black guy is and has no idea why he keeps trying to talk to him. But as it turns out, Idubbbz might have a very good reason to fear Shonda.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just like, it would just be so easy to just, it will save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
This is a clip of him saying that if you just killed everybody who said the N-word, we'd have a utopian socialist paradise. You know who might have actually said the N-word? This guy right here. So he better apologize. Boy, better get down there to Shonda and apologize to Shonda real good. Apologize. Otherwise he's going to die. He's going to get shot. Tragic. Okay, so the fallout of this, Idubbbz has been hit with a couple whammies. So I don't think the content cop has received the response that he was looking for. And then he got two other responses from unaffiliated entities that are probably also not he's looking for. For instance, Jake Paul to face Julio Cesar Chavez in the ring on the June 28th, which is the day that Creator Clash 3 is happening. Is this I think that this is a different fight even. This is not from the WWE. So I don't know this for sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. So Jake Paul, one of the most famous boxers right now, is going into the ring to face Julio Kaiser Chavez on the same day. And at the same exact time, the WWE has announced new events, which includes actual WWE sanctioned fight right around the same exact time in a different state. So if you're a boxing fan, you have events that are coming up that are both for much more famous YouTubers and then also actually sanctioned fights in different areas. I don't care about Spanish pronunciation. Am I wrong? Is the WWE not the one that does boxing? Is it just the Jake Paul one that's really big? I thought there was like an actual fight that was coming up that was yeah, no, it's just the Jake Paul one. So, but I mean that's even worse than like an actual sanctioned fight. Because no, it is sanctioned. Okay, no, I'm wrong. It's on the schedule for ESPN, so that's the one that's playing. Because the Creator Clash is supposed to be between YouTubers. So if you're interested in seeing YouTuber boxing, you have the choice between random people from H3's behind-the-scenes production crew and other random YouTubers nobody's heard of, or Jake Paul, who's like one of the most famous YouTubers on the entire site. As a result of this, his sales are not doing well, and we can prove that his sales are not doing well because he has decided to make some changes to the ticket sales. So approximately half the seating for the entire boxing ring is going to be in the upper rafters, and those have all been closed off. So no more sales are being conducted there to try and force people to buy new seats in the lower area. And interestingly, he did not like move people. Like those seats have not changed, so he didn't like move them down either. He still expects people to just sit up there completely by themselves in the sparsely populated area, and then he's going to try to fill in these other seats. And he's going to try to fill in these other seats by reducing the price. So this is the original price for official platinum at $215. And then now it is $117, so half the price that it used to be. So the event's selling so poorly that he has this big arena that he has to somehow make up the difference for. and he's going to have to find a way to make his money back, and he's doing that by undercutting the price. And that's so, like, nobody who bought tickets already is going to get their money back. So the people that pre-ordered, usually the pre-orders get like a discount. Like, you trust the event and you're so eager for the event that you order in advance. Well, that's cash flow that the event needs. So you usually pay a little bit less if you get there in the front of the line, unless they don't need if they know the sales are a done deal. So now it's like, if you paid money up front for the event, they're already undercutting you by 50%, which is quite a bit. And nobody, H3 fans are going to charge back. That would just shut it down. I think that would completely ruin it. So yeah, his decision to snake his only real friend that he's known for years in favor of the most uncharismatic, untrustworthy, fair weather friends ever seen is probably a really, really bad idea. Ethan Klein is having a beef, and I feel like I've overrepresented Ethan and his drama in my recent streams. But to be quite honest with you, I really enjoy Ethan's like scorched earth attacks on Twitch. I really despise Twitch, and I think it's funny. I hate Hasan for obvious reasons. So I like seeing him just go like, this guy is like an anti-Semitic Jew hater, and he needs to go. And I'm curious to see how far he can push that to accomplish his goals. This video is about Snark subreddits, and what triggered it was that a guy called Bad Empanada openly admitted that he called CPS on Ethan Klein, and the casus belli for this was that Ethan Klein said that his child was being tested for something called like Giardia, and I want to say it's a parasite that you usually get from animal shit, because the child is now his child is crawling at that age, and they have a dog that shits on the floor, and the dog had this infection, so they wanted to make sure that the kid didn't have the infection either. So they're trying to keep the carpet clean, but then parasites can be in the carpet, and then the child crawling on the carpet can get the infection. So they were getting the child tested for this, and he decided to talk about this on stream for reasons unknown to me. And this resulted in apparently Bad Empanada saying that he called CPS and said, I know them personally. The floors are covered in dog shit. The child is rolling around in the dog shit. He's contracted preventable diseases as a result of being exposed to animal feces in the home. And that triggered a CPS investigation. The CPS agent had authority to enter the home and search it and conduct interviews with the children and inspect them for like visible signs of mistreatment. And then he said, I'm going to go to the school and talk to your children alone when they're at school. And he said, absolutely not. You're not doing that. So he was pretty pissed off about that. And then a lot of people said, oh, he must be hiding something if he doesn't want them to have one-on-one conversations with a CPS agent. Like, are you for real? Like, Randalls are like the dumbest on the planet. Like, I see that you're not allowing government agents to probe your butthole. I wonder what you have up there, sir. Like, no, you don't have a right to do that when it's a prank call. So I feel very empathetic towards them, because I really, really doubt that a family that has millions and millions of dollars rolling in, that has a full-time maid, is really in such a place of shabbiness that their children are being exposed to pathogens that could otherwise be avoided. I mean, I guess not having the dog in the house would be a good start, but some people like to have their shitty little dogs in their house, so that's not really that much you can do about that. Anyways, he went after them, and this originated on these Snark subreddits, where basically people who think that the Kiwifarms is problematic because we misgendered or whatever the instead start up these subreddits that are called collectively known as Snark subreddits, and sometimes they're just called like H3 Snark or whatever there's a bunch of them for a bunch of different people, and that's basically the Reddit Kiwifarms. However, here's the fun part. Because Reddit is a massive site, because Reddit has absolutely no hosting issues, and because these subreddits are ran by whoever creates them and are posted by anonymous accounts, they effectively have no rules. So they routinely dox people. They routinely admit to calling legal authorities on people to harass them, and they just get away with bloody that I would never ever be allowed to get away with on the Kiwifarms. Not only would I not be allowed to get away with it, it's just against the zeitgeist of the community. So Reddit has no issue hosting what is worse than the Kiwifarms. Is a publicly traded company, and the difference really is money. That they have the money to do whatever the fuck they want because they're a multi-million-dollar business, and the Kiwifarms is run on a shoestring budget and sparkles and magic and love, and that's basically it. But we get the bad reputation, and Reddit is publicly traded on the stock exchange. That's how that works. And then Mudahar and Hasan are having a spat. So, let's see how much I want to read of this. Mudahar says, I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting them. I've never defended or backed the Israeli innocent Gazans, and never will I ever. Hasan says, in your only vid on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics. You try to cover for Israeli-Palestine as drama slot for centrist audiences. So I guess you just wanted the ad revenue then. He says, yes, I am not an expert on the topic. Oh, he's Indian. I didn't cover it as drama, and I didn't defend Asman in the video, so he's just lying, I guess. Is a particularly insane case because he's a victim of the same right-wing mobs he also farms in his videos. He literally left Twitter because of vicious racism, and here he is and back again, only to farm more. If you went on a Hajj, they hate you more than they hate me. Why did he go on a Hajj? Why did this go on a Hajj? Is Mudahar Muslim? Explain this, chat. What is his malfunction? Are you shitting me? He's actually a Muslim poo? He's Bangladeshi? Oh my god. Dude. This is like infighting, man. This is like two worshippers having a go at it. Like, your worship is not good as mine. Oh my god. Now he calls him a Muslim cosplayer. Literally this. I made videos criticizing right-wing stupidity. I don't want to be loved by neo-Nazis. I don't like your kind either. You will be deported. You deserve to be cooked by that loser for not taking a strong stance. Get the fuck out of here. It doesn't matter how right you are. You criticize Hasan, he'll now slander you, and every time your name comes up on stream. He worships the that's all you gotta say. Unfortunately, Mudahar also worships the and even went to go see the cube, so he doesn't really have a leg to stand on with that. Let's start this off strong with a statement from Hasan Piker, our Lord and King, Hasan Abi. Everyone loves him. Everyone on this stream is like, Hasan, my favorite. I give my super chat money to Hasan.
Let's get back to Solo Tiny Leaks.
November the 9th, 2024, when a person named Solo Tiny Leaks posted a few cryptic messages on the Destiny forum on a site called Kiwifarms, which is a message board infamous for—
Oh, gross, dude. Why the would you... Oh, dude, why would you mention the name of this goddamn website, dude? It's like, it's such a gross website that Destiny has actively defended it, okay? That's what you need to know. It's a serial doxing website, and they hate everybody there. Myself included, and Destiny as well. There were attempts to shut it down by another person who also hates me and is, you know, a freak in her own might. And at the time, he was like actively trying to keep it afloat. But now he wants to sue the website. Yeah.
Doxing and leaks. These messages read, is this stuff public yet? Not sure if it's any interest of you guys.
Yeah, they have a side leaderboard on there. They try to actively harass trans people to get them to and then flex.
It's like so easily disproven that it's hysterical, but people can just repeat that shit for free and nothing can be done about it. You can just lie. I just like how the Turk Roach who worships the prophet hears the word Kiwifarms and he's like, because he's like genuinely afraid, like, oh, I played a video that mentioned Kiwifarms on my stream. I might get yelled at by Dan Clancy. He might come out of his goon basement and yell at me for promoting the site incidentally. Brief update on Ethan Klein. This is also a court thing. This is something I've not talked about before, so hopefully I can recall this correctly. He's being sued by somebody called Ryan Kavanaugh. And let me make sure I'm actually saying that correctly, because that's how I remember it. Ryan Kavanaugh. I actually got that right. So Ryan Kavanaugh and Ethan Klein, if I remember correctly, were involved in some sort of business venture involving pay-per-view sports. And at some point, Ethan Klein accused him of running a Ponzi scheme, and also accused him of airing pay-per-view footage he did not have the rights to on a stream. And this was based off of a Vanity magazine article that was later redacted. So the claims that were made, that Ethan Klein made, were originally made on this Variety. I think it's Variety, actually. They did an article about him, and they got shit wrong. So we contacted them, and they redacted and posted their redaction online in the article, saying that they were wrong about certain things. Actually, I remember the business venture that they were going to get involved in was like crowd-funded movies. So if someone pitched out a movie idea that you liked, you could chip in $1,000. And if they were trying to raise like $1 million and you gave $1,000, then you would own 0.1% of the movie. And therefore, if the movie then went on to make $100 million in box office, you would get 0.1% of $100 million as your percentage. So it was crowd-funded movie ideas. And Ethan described this as a Ponzi scheme, which has harmed the business, allegedly. And he also made statements about him streaming the pay-per-view footage without permission, which was false, and Variety retracted their statement. So then, Ethan allegedly, according to the lawsuit, went on social media with his enormous presence and encouraged people to harass Ryan Kavanaugh as this horrific pirate / Ponzi scheme owner. And this caused quantifiable damages, according to him. Ethan tried to get this dismissed using California's relatively strong anti-SLAPP statute, which is a law used in defamation cases to terminate the lawsuit very quickly unless the case was so strong that it could possibly win. So instead of having to go through the rigmarole of a whole trial for a bullshit defamation case, anti-SLAPP statutes exist to give people more breathing room in what they say and make it harder to pursue defamation cases. So he tried to invoke the anti-SLAPP law and get the case terminated immediately, but the court did not grant him that. So he actually went up to the California State Court to try and appeal that decision, and the appellate court just struck him down as well. So it is proceeding to trial. Both the appellate court and the lower court believed that Ryan Kavanaugh presented enough information to qualify for a defamation case that could possibly win. And therefore, he's not. It's not covered by the anti-SLAPP statute. And the anti-SLAPP statute is really good because if you win your anti-SLAPP, you actually get your attorney's fees. It's a fee shifting provision. So it's really good to win your case on anti-SLAPP because then you actually have some you get some justice. You get some form of justice, but not for Ethan. So even if he wins at this point, he's still bearing his own cost. He is footing. Sorry, I'm dying. He is footing the bill for his lawsuit at this point. And this is unusual because H3 has been involved in a variety of lawsuits, and some of his lawsuits, I believe, have even been used as court precedent in other fair use and free speech cases. So he's kind of gotten a big head where he's like, whatever I do on my podcast is legal, it's fair use, whatever. And that's not really the case. You can cause people harm. And, the U.S. has very strong protections against defamation type lawsuits, but it is a real tort, and it does get used, and it can be used successfully. So he better watch himself. Especially, that's why I'm so strict about people doing calls to action, for anything. I don't care what it is. Never tells people to do something. That's it's just stupid. You're just inviting problems into your life. No, not Ethan Ralph. Ethan Klein, the Jewish one. You might actually know him if you've never heard of Ethan before. You might actually know him because he's related to someone really famous called Hila Klein. If you don't know who Hila Klein is, it's this. Oh no! No! You can't do this to me! You can't do this to me! What the Oh my god. I'm so sick of YouTube, bro. Anisa and Ian and Ethan and Hasan, collectively and individually. First off, I think this is a clip of Ethan giving his takes on Idubbbz and his character. Let's see what that says.
Is wrong with you, dude?
Instead of taking any responsibility for
what?
sharing too much on his live stream.
Sharing too much? Like, do I need to be worried that I'm sharing too much? It's going to have people call CPS? Is that reasonable? You want to talk about sharing too much? Hold on.
The thing is that even if Sunny did have it, it's still not a reason to call CPS.
That's the thing. Here, I have a statement from a para, I don't know how to call it. Hold on. You want to talk about sharing too much? What the fuck is this, dude? I'm calling.
Well, I want to ask Radjor a question first.
Okay.
Radjor.
Wait, we should get Radjor in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can.
Well, if you can. I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well.
Well, I want to ask Radjor a question first.
Okay.
What is this?
You know, I think, dude, you got shit in your pants, bro. You better not ever have a kid.
Jewish.
Okay? You better be wearing a diaper, otherwise you're not fit to have a child. Poo pants, swastika boy. Am I wrong? Am I over analyzing this, or does this seem like extremely humiliating the way she's doing it? And he seems like super not into her sharing that.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
I mean, let's talk about sharing. You know what I mean? I think Anisa is the cuck. She's the cuck. She enjoys watching her husband get.
And obviously,
she's the cuck. People have had this story all wrong.
obviously,
Holy shit.
He is. So in one of his videos, he made like a content deputy, but he said, "Just call me a cuck. I know you want to." Like that was like a challenge. Like, prove you're not like a real leftist. You got to prove it. How about you just call me a cuck? Which I guess is like the ultimate way to like prove that you're not a leftist is to use the cuck word. So his face, I don't know what the has happened to Ian, but it's like his face is like this perfect. Let me just show you. Okay, there's this awesome website called Photopea at photopea.com. It is almost feature parody with Photoshop, and it's completely free. I use this for all my photo editing on Linux because you can't download Photoshop on Linux. But Ian's face is like this. It's like if you look at like any zoom in of him like that, it's like he just has like these perfectly straight brows that you can barely see any eye under. And then he's got like this nose that kind of just juts out from under it. And it's just like, it just has like the most dour, pathetic expression I've ever seen on the planet. And it's just like, he looks like in a constant state of misery. You know what I mean? He doesn't even have like eyebrows. He has no eyebrows. And then he has like this perfectly flat look with like beady little eyes poking underneath. And then his like nose is like really big and sharp. It's just, he honestly, you know what else he looks like? Like this. Oh my god. It's like Dead Ringer, bro. He's got like the perfect Easter Island statue head with like the extremely sharp brow line, no eyes, the nose that's like long and juts out. And it's like he didn't always look like this. I don't understand how his face completely changed. It looks so miserable, man. Anyways.
Yeah, well.
You know, I think, dude, you got shit in your pants, bro. You better not ever have a kid.
Jewish.
Okay? You better be wearing a diaper, otherwise you're not fit to have a child. Poo pants, swastika.
Poo pants, swastika boy. There we go. I feel like that's a necessary addition to the title of the thread. Someone might be looking that up on Google. They might be like, is there like a thread on that poo pants swastika boy? Then they'll find the forum, okay? All right, next. So Idubbbz, who is the titty lady from Lebanon that is one of the Hasan like girls, I guess, is trying to sue Ethan Klein for defamation. So she launched a Kick Send Go asking for $180 and $50,000 to sue Ethan Klein. And she used this horrifically disgusting caricature of a Jewish man as the thumbnail and says, Ethan Klein lied about me supporting CPS coming to his home. If he doesn't retract, this GoFundMe is for legal fees to hold him responsible for his lies. If he retracts, this GoFundMe will be refunded. And then there's a legal notice image there, but why? Oh, this is a... Where's the actual legal notice image? It's not archived. There's a Imager link. For some reason, they did not archive that, so I can't actually read the legal notice, I guess. Oh, wait. I don't think I can do this because I think Imager blocks all VPN links. And you can't even view images. Yeah, see, you can't even... I hate Imager. Everything associated with Reddit is cancer, bro. Worst thing ever made. So, I put in the work. I actually watched the entire Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker debate. Now, obviously, I am going to go line by line through this 5.5 hour long video, and we're going to get a complete and full reaction over the next few hours, okay, so I can give a full and complete response to this. Now, obviously, I would never subject you to this, but I want to prove to you that I did actually watch this. I can sum up my entire thoughts by one line said by the Dan producer guy at the very end. You ready?
Both sides got the clips they wanted. That's the end.
That's
of that.
kind of the thing, right? Is like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So what can you do?
What an Aryan king. Just sum that shit up. 5 hours of debate. Yeah, Hasan's probably going to clip this to look favorable to himself and declare victory, and you're going to do the exact same thing, and nothing changes. This was an exercise of futility. And it was really refreshing after 5 hours of hearing Turk Roach screaming and Jewish screaming to get to this point and just have Dan the man wrap that shit up real nice and tight. In case you're actually curious about the content of the debate, I think that Hasan performed poorly because he just kept trying to push Ethan to like squirm, and Ethan would just had like immediate one-line responses to basically everything. And the one thing that Hasan kept doing the entire stream, and I mean the entire stream for 5 hours, is he did a perfect one-to-one imitation of the Christian stress sigh. Anytime Ethan started like epically poning him in linguistic debate, epic Ben Shapiro style, Hasan would go, oh, just like the most desperate wimpy sigh of frustration ever. You kind of get the sense that when he's on his stream and he's talking to his fans that like nobody ever questions him ever. And when people actually start like talking back to him, he gets really frustrated really fast. Because I guess in his mind, he has these perfectly constructed narratives that are instant kill shots because they're so genius. And then he starts to apply them to Ethan, expecting like, okay, this is going to be what breaks him and put him on the back foot. And it's just like Ethan immediately either like accepts it or has like a shot to fire back, and then Hasan has like no follow-up. He just expects that his one-liners are going to epically own him, so he just like sighs in frustration every time. The only other thing really worth mentioning is that I find it bizarre how openly Ethan decries the IDF and Israel. Like, he says that Israel's government is committing genocide, and he says that the IDF is a terrorist organization. And I'm just like, bro, that's your people. That's your wife and her family. You know, why are you just calling them like and shit for like a bunch of Arabs that hate you and want you dead and your wife? I don't get it. Why take their side? I kind of find that detestable. I've said this many times, but if I was Israeli, I would be like the most fervent pro-Israeli like shill that's ever lived, because like that is your country, and they're trying to make you a country that you're proud of and has that's self-sustaining, that can go to war against the entire Middle East and come out on top. And it's like, how can you not love that if you're Jewish? If you have family there, if you've lived there for 5 years, how do you just come out and say like, yeah, they're a organization? It's not like the U.S. where the U.S. just randomly invades various geopolitical reasons that had literally nothing to do with your own interests. I find that very bitch-made shit. I find that very unlikable. It's not a quality. In case you don't know, real kindness. I'm being unironic too. Honestly, if I was Jewish, I would love the great state of Israel. This is an example of Hasan's debate strategy, by the way.
Like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are
Zionist
out of your
violence
mind.
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you?
I honestly, I listened to the entire debate. I have no idea what the he's talking about. I think the Nakba is either when they had war against all their allies or all their neighbors and won, or it was when they actually just started settling Israel and they started moving all the Palestinians out of their homes where they wanted to live. And it's just like the association between Iraq and Palestine is very obvious. They're allies. Iraq openly supports Palestine. If there's an armed conflict between Palestine and Israel, Iraq gets involved. That's why they're an enemy. It's like it's not. They're both Arabs too. It's not like Iraqi is a national identity. Nobody is Iraqi unless they're a citizen of Iraq. But it's not like they're just Arab. They're just Arabs, just like the Palestinians. They're the same people. So I don't. It's just like I don't know. It's just trying to scream at them. It's just like I don't get it. Yeah, Iraq was directly involved in 1948. Is that the Nakba? Is that the one that was in 1948 when they first started settling Palestine and were kicking people out of their homes and stuff? Yeah, okay, great. I mean, like, look, you could say that the Nakba was bad, but Palestine and Iraq were allies. So I don't know how you can get upset that Israel treats them bad too. It's just so bizarre. It's like, this is American politics. You have two sand people arguing about their desert tribes, both from the comfort of their homes in one of the most luxurious cities in the entire country, with the highest cost of living, the highest standard of living, access to every service and quality of life and luxury that life could ever possibly give you, in the City of Angels in Los Angeles, with enough money, millions and millions of dollars, to buy literally anything they could ever want. And what do? They inflame the passions of the American people to take a side on a desert conflict. And it's just like, that's our politics. We have to pick a side in this for some reason. Really, really quite tragic, Joe. So Idubbbz also made a content deputy. If you don't know, content deputy is when he did a content cop before. If the creator he did a content cop on made responses to his content cop, he would then on his backup channel create a content deputy, which would respond to those responses. And usually that was on his side channel, but I guess he's hurting for views, so he put this one on his main channel. And it's very, very, very bad. There's nothing funny in it. There's nothing to show you. He basically just tries to respond to Ethan and gaslight him a little bit more and say that he's being a bad person. And it's just like, it's so sad and pathetic. And it's just like, there's honestly, from the entire thing, there's literally nothing to show you for it. There's one thing I didn't clip because I just couldn't be asked. I'm aware. I saw on PPP's stream. He had PPP. Whoa. See, this is the luxury of time that you have when you don't run a forum and you get to just clip shit. He went to Twitch and actually saw that Idubbbz made an appearance on Hasan's channel. So he clipped out all the moments of Idubbbz talking. And it is so pathetic. The highlight of this, and I'm not kidding, Idubbbz is just sitting there in the cock chair watching Hasan stream and not interacting or being funny or entertaining or having any kind of social relationship with Hasan at all. At some point, Hasan gets annoyed with him just hovering over him and tells him to like stop breathing on him. So Idubbbz backs away. And then I swear to God, he's petting the dog for the entire stream. Can I... Let's see if I can actually just show this. I don't know if this is like clipped or something. But the highlight is Hasan tells him to go get water. And he does. Idubbbz gets up and fetches water. He's like the water boy. Oh, I can't even show this because there's no... He disables clips so you can't catch him out when he says like horrific shit. How did PPP even clip this? Is this like on his channel? No, because that's like his 9-hour long response video to the content nuke. Holy fucking shit. 9 hours. 9 hours. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck this is going to be at. But Idubbbz is literally just sitting there petting the dog. And like the dog is like climbed up on top of him and is like in his face. Like, you know how like when a dog jumps on you and he's like, it's really annoying. Ian is just like loving this. He's loving the attention from the dog to the point where Hasan even has to tell him like, you can just push the dog off, right? You don't have to actually let the dog mount you and you like a bitch. You can actually just push the dog off. I did not do a great service to the Idubbbz stuff, and that like from last week, and that was in part because it was like a 9-hour video, and I know that like Andy Worski went through that shit and clipped it up for Kino Casino. There's no way I could be asked to do that. So instead, I'm relying secondhand on Ethan Klein to clip it for me. And one of the things that I saw kind of recently that was H3 reacting to Idubbbz's behavior that I thought was very poignant. That I'll just play this clip. Pretty good. It's warning Ethan Klein jump scare.
Here he is delivering his villainous speech at the end, right at the end of his stream, trying to do a cautionary tale to set me straight or something. I don't know, but I think it might hit a little close to home for somebody else, and I'll let you decide who that might be.
They don't have the same stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
That's so mean.
Was it?
No.
I mean, I think it's, well, I mean, I guess the truth.
Accurate.
I genuinely feel bad for Ian. He brought his ass out here as like the most smallest footnote of the night, puts his ass in the cuck chair, and then humiliates him beyond recognition.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare.
You can say that again. You know who's in the corner back here? We're off camera. Anisa. Because she's the real cuck, and she's watching her husband get by Hasan.
It's nice to see Ethan being spicy again. I know he like tamed down a lot, but now I feel like he doesn't give a shit anymore. He has to like care about certain things, but after like all the Turk roaches came after him, they're like, you Jew. He's like, well, you back, you cuckold. It's nice. Everyone's embracing the 2025 vril. There's another thing. Oh, Idubbbz and Anisa basically said they regret nothing. Anisa said that she's very proud of the content cop, and Idubbbz says that it was worth doing. So I don't know what's wrong with them. I guess they're just, and they intend to be in the future, moving forward, forever and ever. Amen. So that's the little Idubbbz update. I know he's everybody's favorite punching bag at the moment. I figured I would join festivity there. Cool. All right. Next. Oh boy. That'd be a long stream, even though it's cut in half already. Speaking of our boy H3, I mentioned that Idubbbz was trying to crowdfund litigation against H3. I can't remember exactly what he says. That she was supporting terrorism, I think, is what he said, that she thought was defamation. So she raised $46,000 on GoFundMe to sue H3 for defamation. There's a problem with that. Getting to a trial jury in a normal state is $70,000 minimum. Getting to a jury trial is $70,000 minimum. Getting to a jury trial in California, where H3 is at, costs 3 times that. The average going rate for an attorney in California is 3 times national average. And attorneys are extremely difficult, evil people, especially in California. So you're talking about she doesn't even meet the bare minimum to sue in Arkansas, and she's trying to sue somebody in California. I'm not sure how expensive they are in Texas. However, I'm pretty sure that she's like in Austin, Texas, and that's not going to be cheap either. I would be surprised if Texas, in Austin especially, was not at least 2 times the national average for going to a trial. So what she did, she says, 1 week, 1,700 donations, and $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. If when I go forward as a plaintiff, I will be self-funded. Thank you everyone for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable and people do care. Proceeding with the defamation suit against Ethan is a monumental undertaking. A suit with Kavanaugh started 4 years ago and is still ongoing. I do not want to fundraise to start a fight I can't finish, and I feel like I've let those down who have donated. With that in mind, if this journey I wish to undertake, I'll be doing it with my own funds. I'll be keeping all of you posted with what happens next while the statute of limitations runs for the next year. I'll be elaborating on stream Friday. So what happened, I believe, is that she talked to an attorney. An attorney told her my rate is $500 an hour. It's going to cost 150 hours on average to get to jury trial, with discovery and everything, and it's going to be really expensive, and you're going to suffer, and you probably are going to lose. And if you lose a defamation lawsuit in California or Texas, both states have very rigorously, strongly tested and applied anti-slap laws. So you're not only going to owe the thousands of dollars for that, you're also going to owe the tens of thousands of dollars directly to Ethan Klein when you fail to meet that bar. So then she heard that news and said, oh, and refunded the money, because actually she originally edited the GoFundMe to say that she's going to keep the money if she doesn't sue him. And then everyone called her out for being a lying whore. And then she was like, okay, I guess I'll refund you then. So she saw the money in her hands. That's really a philosophical question. I think I said the exact same thing last week, but is it better to have $46,000 in loss than to never have had $46,000 at all? And if you ask somebody else, I think he'll tell you that it was better to never have that money. Wait, really? Oh my God. Holy shit. Here, look, chat. Speaking of Gibson Go, the Kiwifarms one, if I refresh, is up to $15,000. I started it at 12:30 thereabouts, so we're approaching hour 3 and it's almost met, so that's pretty base, chat. Thank you everybody. If the top dono is $3,000 from anonymous giver for We Love the Operator. Thank you, anonymous giver. Is this like super chat segment? Amateur comedic taxidermist for 1,000 says, you are great. Oh, you deserve so much more than this. Thank you. I've heard that too. There's a lot of Germans, usually they're this segment is actually dedicated entirely to the people, the most prominent words on the internet right now. Anisa Johma and her loving, doting husband, Ian Johma, and they're currently unfolding misery. So on the last update, they stepped down from their own event. They stepped down from Creator Clash. And I'm very, very convinced that they were forced to step down because they have investors, and investors, I suspect, want their money back. So now the event is being managed by other people, and they are forced not only to sell their share of Creator Clash, They're forced to have nothing to do with it. So they are completely out. They have no input. They have no say on how anything goes. And really, it comes at a really bad time because the event's effectively ruined. The entire it's starting. Creator Clash 3 was supposed to have happened already. It wasn't supposed to be like June 16th, so it'd be by next Friday. But it's obviously not going to happen. Half the roster is gone. The event's canceled. I think they're refunding all the tickets, and it's over. So now the owners, I guess, they're in the hole. My theory is that they're in the hole, and they're trying to figure out how to get out of the hole. So they want to do Creator Clash 3, but because of what Ian and Anisa have done, they have to restart everything. They have to get a new roster together, a new venue, a new time. They have to start from scratch. And the culminations of their bad decisions have resulted in basically everybody they've ever worked with coming out the woodwork to take shots at them. And I'll try to summarize this as succinctly as I can. In particular, the new owners of Creator Clash have come out to try and do some damage control. And to their credit, I guess, they were very nice with Ian and Anisa. They weren't too mean. So they're trying to be cordial about it, even though I'm sure they're not too pleased that everything was ruined by them. I think that this is the video. There's one part in particular that I timestamped as being very interesting.
Obviously, the first year was crazy successful. There was over $1.3 million raised. And so that was incredible. Second year, we upped the stakes. We made it a little bigger. And unfortunately, it did not pan out in the way that we wanted. And there was no money raised for charity, which was so heartbreaking, especially fighting in it, putting all of that time and energy into doing this thing. And I know for a lot of us, especially you, Alana, you are always doing charity stuff, and to put yourself in the ring to fight, a big reason that we did it was because it was okay, it's for a good cause, it's for charity, and then when you go and do it and no money is raised for charity, that sucks.
Yeah, I've been pretty candid with you about this, Aaron, about how disappointed I was and how burnt I felt by it. And I was talking to a separate fighter who's not in the room about this just yesterday. It was you work so hard. I had a family member who was in the hospital with cancer at the time, and the thing that kept me going, that stopped me from quitting and just going to be with them, was I was this is for charity. You're raising money for charity. You're raising money for a good cause. You got to keep going, and it was so hard. And then when I found out that we didn't, I think I cried. I was so disappointed that it was very difficult to take away positive feelings from the event, even because I was just so crushed by that news. And so when
Ian and Anisa brought that woman to tears. She abstained from seeing a family member in hospital with cancer for the sake of raising money for charity. And Ian and Anisa up so badly that they brought her to tears. Isn't that wonderful, chat? Aren't they just great people? They really, I don't think, have any concept that other people exist. They talk about their immense capacity for empathy, and they really don't seem to give a about anybody else. It just seems to be about what they want to do. They want to be the super cool Creator Clash people that have the big charity boxing event, and they're such great people, and they're doing all these great things, and they're so wonderful, and everybody has to like them. And they really just seem to be completely narcissistic freaks, despite toting their championship level empathy levels. They're just such assholes. This was a clip that came out in the podcast after this came out. They took a little bit of a hiatus after they left Creator Clash because they knew that they would get completely in the comments. And then this happened, and this little exchange happened.
Very quickly, love them. I was very stressed about Creator Clash 2. They told me to take this edible before bed to help me sleep. I did. I slept. I had a dream where I remembered that I didn't label any of the gloves, which is really bad because they have to take the gloves and then distribute them before the fights. So they need to know whose gloves belong to who. So I woke up in the middle of the night at 1 a.m. and I was like, holy shit, I did not do that. So I rushed to the elevator because the office was in the hotel. and I'm in the elevator and I start feeling drool leaking down the one side of my face. So I thought I was having a stroke. I totally forgot that I had taken an edible. I go into the office panicked. I'm like, I think I'm having a stroke or whatever. I'm trying to ignore it because I have medical anxiety.
His face always reminds me of the Easter Island statue. I know I see that every time I look at him, but I'm just looking at this guy and I just hear that Vine sound effect in my head, that bram, bram, just constantly. Like, he looks like he's just frozen in shock and terror, contemplating his life. I will say this. There's something else that obviously I'm going to talk about because it's already old news, but I get to give my takes too, chat. I thank you for being here and indulging me, allowing me to pretend I have an audience. Oh, I wonder what Josh thinks about this drama from 3 weeks ago. Thank you, chat. I feel seen. I feel heard. I feel listened to. I listened to the big thing that most of you have probably already heard now. And my takeaway from it was that Ian wants to be in this relationship. And I think this is the hardest thing to swallow, is that, people like to pretend that Anisa is this horrible cunt that has like used demon succubus powers to ruin his life. And it's really not so complex. It's really not so complicated. Idubbbz is getting something from this relationship. And I know he is because he's in it. Men are not guilt-tripped into a relationship. Never. Men will wake up one day, 25 years into a marriage, in their 50s, with 4 kids, and think, this shit. And then they'll open their relationship and start doing cocaine. That's what a man does. Sometimes men just lose their mind and say, I'm buying a red Mustang, I'm doing cocaine, and I'm bitches. And if you guys want to come along with me on this ride, you can. If not, I'm leaving. That's what men do. Men are very unreliable in relationships. It's kind of hard to build a foundation on them. And if Idubbbz did not enjoy being with Anisa, he would not be with Anisa. I think that there's 2 things happening here. I think that number one, he enjoys being bossed around because he knows that he's a up. He knows that everything is up. But the thing is, in his mind, it's not his fault. Because Anisa runs his life and tells him what to do and tells him to take care of himself, if anything bad happens now, he bears no responsibility for it. Everyone just blames Anisa. Nobody says, hey, Ian up. They say Anisa up because she runs the show. And they know that she runs the show. And he knows that they know that she runs the show. So therefore, he doesn't have any accountability. And he enjoys that. He enjoys being a passenger in his own life and being told what to do and being forgiven for anything that happens as a consequence because he's not responsible for it. He enjoys that. That's what he gets out of this relationship. I also think, and I know people point to the fact that she's like his first actual love interest. Like, she's the first woman he's ever been with seriously. She's the first person that he had sex with. She's the first real relationship he's been in. And there's a naivety to it, and that is correct. I think that if you have a first relationship and it's a very difficult relationship, one of the things that you really learn when you get out of it is that it's so much easier than you imagine. Like, if you're in an on and off again thing that lasts for years and it's really tumultuous, and then you like actually manage to break it off and you get with somebody else, you're like, holy, this is so much simpler. But if it's your first girlfriend or whatever, you just like, I guess this is just what it's like to be in a relationship. And then you have another relationship and like, oh my God, what was I doing? I wasted so much time. I put myself through so much bullshit for no reason. What the was I thinking? And I think that Idubbbz, he needs to learn this. He needs to realize that the pain he experiences on a day-to-day basis is not normal. And it's not required of him to be in a relationship. He's just in a bad relationship. And he doesn't know that. That's the one thing. Like, don't get me wrong. It is his responsibility at the end of the day. And you can't just blame everything on Anisa, despite her being so awful. But it is a thing where it's like you learn it with experience. That it's not supposed to be this way, brother. You're not supposed to. Now it's like a sunk cost fallacy. It's like, well, my life's already over. What am I gonna do? Just break up with her? Like, yeah. If you're like a 70-year-old grandmother and you're unhappy in your relationship, you can still break up. Especially if you're a 70-year-old grandmother, because you ain't got kids to take care of anymore. You can have a divorce if you want to. If that's immoral, it's between you and God. You better pray, I guess. But never too late to get the out of that shit. We'll see. So next, Anisa. Let's see. So this was an update on the Creator Clash thing. We actually got an explicit clarification on how much money Anisa and Idubbbz made. They got 34%, so more than a third, from the first Creator Clash. And my understanding is that Creator Clash 1 took home gross $1.5 million. So $500,000, I think, went straight to Idubbbz. I don't have the exact numbers, but it was a multi-million-dollar figure that they took away from. That's that. LA Beast dropped out of the fight. This was on the 29th. He says, due to a laundry list of reasons that will be revealed to you shortly, I unfortunately will no longer be boxing glove emoji, in the Creator Clash event. It is the best decision for me and my team at this time. All I wanted to do is put on a show, get paid, and ultimately raise money for charity. Unfortunately, that's not how it worked out. Sometimes plans fall through, and you've got to pick up the pieces and continue to move forward. That's what I'm going to do. LA Beast was one of the big ticket events, and he's out. Freddie Wong also dropped out, and people figured that out because he was simply removed from the card on the website, just taken off. Then Anisa and Ian decided to get into a slap fight with Donut Operator. This guy says Anisa joins her husband in calling out Donut Operator after he exposed the reason Idubbbz stopped talking to them. That is this video right here.
So like he went to a range day with me one time. Like we used to talk a lot about content creation and stuff. And rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make hands where I'm showing my meat.
Really?
And, well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak. and like,
see, that's the reaction that you're supposed to have. Genius.
I thought it was funny. So I'd be wearing like just an apron. Of course, I'm wearing like boxers underneath. And I'd reach down and be like, "This is fancy," and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street. And I would talk about it. And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anisa, and like I wasn't. I just thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during COVID. And
you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
Yeah, he like said stuff like that, and just like haven't talked to him since. That was like 5 years ago.
Over that?
Yeah, and I've like texted him and tried to reconnect with him. He just won't talk to me anymore.
By the way, that's like textbook domestic abuser. I know people don't like that when you talk about women being abusers, but that's that kind of social isolation shit. I don't know. My opinion is like he likes it. He likes it, chat. But technically that would be a abusive thing. He tried to clap back on this, by the way. His first thing was conveniently leaving out that your GF at the time was pursuing fans, but you were too pussy to deal with the criticism, so you made a parody account. No, I don't want to be friends with a coward. So apparently Donut Operator makes bad penis decisions as well. And when he got shit for it, his idea of dealing with it was just to make like a joke where he did his own fans showing off his meat. So apparently that's cowardice in Idubbbz and not being a real ally. Then his other clapback, this one from Anisa, saying, he also took us to a gun show where a child accidentally fired a gun that was loaded on a sales table into a crowd, and everyone nonchalantly said ND in unison like it wasn't a big deal. So Donut Operator actually clarified and said that they were not at a gun show. They were at a range. So people were much more chalant about it because the ND was downrange. It was not just a gun at a gun show being fired off into the air like a cowboy. So she doesn't understand the difference between a gun show and a gun range, probably because she's Canadian and so apparently this did happen. Then Brandon Herrera was blocked by her. He wanted to respond, set the record straight, and she said block. Then Froggyfresh, who is a fighter from Creator Clash 1, he was kicked off the card against his will because it turned out, I think what happened is that Froggyfresh was trained by Samuel Hyde. Samuel Hyde, of course, being a infamous comedian that Ian does not much care for. In particular, his wife, Anisa, does not much care for Mr. Hyde. And when the news came out that Froggyfresh was being trained by Mr. Hyde, that really shook them to their core and made them fear for their lives. So Froggyfresh was kicked off of the card. Many years later, as Froggyfresh is a bit of a shit stirrer, his wife, and I think we verified that this was his wife joined the Kiwifarms and posted some deets. In particular, she says, "One last petty thing before I go. Ian stinks really bad. Straight up body odor. One of the worst smelling people I've ever had to sit next to. Walking behind him, you're getting a whiff. I don't care about saying this now because they've shown their cruelty has no boundaries and it's not hard or expensive to put on some deodorant. To clarify, he stunk when we went out with him, not in a gym setting. I hope you both get sued into oblivion and lose everything. Remember, only rich assholes sue for shit talking." So, the rumor came up again. This has been, I can't remember how this started, but it has been a rumor for a while now that Ian stinks. He stinks. He's got BO. He doesn't bathe, chat. And then Froggyfresh's wife confirmed the rumor, saying that he does in fact stink. And then, during a subsequent thing, which these are the cliff notes of, it was confirmed yet again that Ian stinks, like notably stinks. And I have a theory for this. This is actually what informed my prior theory, where I said that Ian likes to not be accountable for his own life. Is that when they started talking about how he stinks, it lined up with the fact that Anisa would also make statements about when he was tired and hungry. Apparently, Idubbbz does not ever speak for himself. And Anisa will be like, "Oh, he's tired, we have to go to bed now." Or, "He's hungry, let's go out to eat." And he will never say, "I am hungry" or "I am tired" on his own. And it made me realize that he probably also doesn't say, "I feel like I should have a shower, I'll be right back." Anisa has to be the one to tell him, "Brush your teeth and take a shower." So he is willing to give up. He is so willing and so eager to have no accountability for his own life. He's actually willing to forego basic hygiene in order to give more responsibility and control over to Anisa. And he shits himself. That's right. So that's what's going on. And if it were a situation where he's doing this involuntarily, that is textbook abuse. But I have a feeling he likes it. All right. So here's the big thing. This is Ian's coach from Creator Clash 1 and also 2, I want to say. He joined the H3 podcast to give out all the hot goss on Idubbbz, and there's a very specific reason that he did so. And I'll just play these clips, at least the shorter ones, and summarize the ones that I know are probably too long for this stream.
Kate, what did you do for Creator Clash?
I traveled with Ian and Anisa along with Michael, and I did all the recording for all the sparring sessions, all the meetups with all the YouTubers, even small interviews with like Eric, who also fought on CC1. So I have a ton of content, and Ian promised us that he was going to put out this documentary that was going to share the journey of how Michael took this video game nerd and turned him into a boxer. And so that's how they sold it to us when they first came to us. And so I was super psyched that this is going to be a way for me to help build my husband's brand and also put the work out there. But it never came through. And so when he most recently put that video out saying that he told a big lie and he was never going to put out a documentary, and all he has is a ton of 4K videos of him doing stupid shit or something like that, it was actually very hurtful to me.
That's your footage that he's talking about your footage.
Yeah, exactly. 3 years. Yeah, 3 years of filming.
Wow.
Yeah, well.
So she was there to record footage for him. And apparently, one of the big triggering events for this was that Anisa had made an offhanded comment that they had stupid footage of him. And that was actually supposed to be like a proper documentary that she spent like tons and tons of hours actually filming. So she was like personally slighted by that.
For dynamic filming, I usually charge $150 an hour for dynamic filming. But because I was under the impression that this is going to charity, me and Michael, would always scale back on charging them. So, for example, instead of charging him $150 an hour, I would charge him $100 an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, I've heard that from other professionals now. I'm starting to hear people say that who, like one of the announcers put out a video recently. Maybe you guys saw it. He was like, Wade? Yeah. He was like, they offered me a salary or they offered me payment, but I declined it because I was like, it's for charity. I'm good. But then they took that money that he generously forfeit, a guy who's not rich, by the way, and gave it to all the creators. It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's always funny when H3 gets really upset about money. Like when people start telling them how they're ups with money and finances, he gets like really, really personally upset. Like, what do you mean they didn't charge the full price? What do you mean they did a discount for charity? And it was a lie. It was a lie for the money. And he's like actually affected. Like the poor money was just taken, chat. It's taken. I'll put this up a little bit higher speed.
There's all these interesting little details that you guys shared with me. For example, one being that I think it was you, Kate, that mentioned that he and Anisa did in fact pay for Hasan and all of his compadres to travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors of like some place, like a nice suite place, but it wasn't extravagant at all. And then the second year they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in. One of the people they flew in was Froggyfresh, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Yeah.
And that was super offensive to us because we're like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And he said his job was to go around and like film Anisa having interactions with everyone. So we didn't know if that meant they were going to make the second documentary about how, or the actual documentary about how like Anisa was responsible for the event, because she did put a lot of work in for the first event and she did put a lot of work in for the second. But at the same time, in the first event, she didn't get credit for it. So she felt like she deserved all the credit. So I think that's why they paid Froggyfresh to come film her and follow her around for the second event. But yeah, they flew in a lot of people. They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty sad. And Froggyfresh told me directly, because I met him at the hotel, right, where we were all staying at in Tampa for CC2. And he was like, oh, you're the videographer that has all the content of Ian's sparring. And I said, yes, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this documentary, but it never came out. So I heard that you're taking it over now. You're going to help with the editing. And that's when Tony told me that, yeah, Ian and Anisa brought out his whole crew from France.
His whole crew?
I think it was just him.
Well, he had a few people that were holding the cameras, his camera guys. Because the interesting thing was that usually when like someone is a videographer, they would be the one filming most of the time. But it was interesting to me that
he was just directing?
Yeah, he was more directing.
What, this guy thinks he's Spielberg?
Scorsese.
What the hell's going on?
That were actually doing the work.
I don't remember that, but I do remember for a fact that he had told us that he was flown in to salvage the documentary. Anyway, so we were just offended by that because we were like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And then him saying that he had no idea how to make the documentary for the first event. I had taken him from like 140 pounds as like never played a sport a day in his life. 10 months later, he ends up fighting Dr. Mike in front of over 10,000 people with 100,000 pay-per-view buys. And the fight itself was like a rocky moment. And then he literally took interviews with everyone before the fights, after the fights. He got all the coaches to interview. And then he said he had no way to make the documentary. So I was just like, how can you not make it?
Yeah,
AB made a documentary.
Everybody made a documentary.
AB, Harley, I was in their documentaries, but I wasn't in Ian's documentary.
What the?
Which is crazy, because the whole arrangement that they had, by the way, is that this guy would train him for cheap. And the idea is that he would start his business, and this is what Ian agreed to. He would start his business through being known as the boxing coach for Idubbbz. And Idubbbz made no effort whatsoever to support him. Did not allow him to make the documentary, to show the behind-the-scenes training. Made no effort to actually participate in the boxing event to make it successful. I'll skip this clip, but the guy basically says that Idubbbz didn't even want to be there. He was like a little kid being brought into like a gym class he didn't want to be a part of, and was just like, why are you even here? You know, you're an adult. You can just not do this if you don't want to. And apparently at some points he did. He did just decide to not participate at all and not show up for training, which additionally made this guy who was spending his time and money and effort, helping Idubbbz get into shape, look even worse because he wasn't prepared to fight. This is just apparently Anisa, even though she didn't fight in the second one, she was taking like half the time that Idubbbz was supposed to be boxing, and instead of paying him, more money for having two people to train, she just took up his time, and and that's it. Also, they didn't get paid, so I think there was supposed to be like a 5,000. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was like a 4 or 5 figure thing. I think it was $5,000 of bonus money that they were supposed to receive, and Idubbbz gave so little of a shit about actually compensating his coach that he promised he would help start his business. He supported him. He just stiffed him $5,000. So H3 pays this guy $5,000 just on the spot, just to show how generous he is. Because with Jews, you win, chat. And it really is some of the most expensive $5,000 ever. Because apparently before he got on stream, by the way, Idubbbz had ignored his text messages. And the text messages are important, like the last conversation they had. But then after he heard the news that the coach was going to be on H3, Idubbbz finally decides to respond to the messages he had left on red years after the fact and be like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. And so if we can work something out, I think is what he said. Please don't do this. We can work something out. However, there was nothing to be worked out. The Hmong wife had already made up her mind that she was going to kill Idubbbz. Like a Maryland blue crab, just cut off his face mercilessly. I guess I'll play this one. This one's kind of embarrassing.
So, Ian almost has the superpower. Maybe it's Anisa together, but they say great leaders inspire loyalty. It seems that everybody in his life, he's forced to be disloyal. He has like negative leadership. What do you call that? What is negative leadership?
Abuse.
Abuse? Okay.
Yes.
So you think it's so I guess quantify that. Did you feel like abuse? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the reason why I say it's abusive is because, like, for example, the bonus, right? They mentioned it to me, Michael, that they're going to give a bonus after CC1. And then after the event was so great, they just went rogue on us, It's interesting because we invite them to our house for Thanksgiving. We're so nice to them. We open up our lives to them. They've met my kids, like our kids, and everything. But then once the work is done and they don't need us, they kind of just put us at bay and they make it uncomfortable for us to reach out to them.
I just realized... I didn't notice this the first time. She said my kids. She has 2 kids from another marriage, and it's actually a tragic story. So it's not just like she just, had a divorce or whatever. I will explain that. But she said my kids, and then she corrected herself and said our kids, because I guess I'm not sure if they have kids together too, but she has 2 other kids from another relationship, and I don't know if she like intentionally tried to exclude him from that parentship.
Or if we reach out to them, they don't respond. So treating us like we're not really in their inner circle, which makes no sense because we worked with them for CC1, CC2. Michael and I have traveled with them to LA, Vegas, Florida. Keep in mind that when we were in Florida with them, we were with them for 2 to 3 weeks at a period of time. That's a long time to be with someone. You learn so much about the person. And then you start to realize, wow, everything that, I don't want to say, their enemy's name, what's his name? Sam? Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video,
no, he's right. You can say it.
They're enemies.
He's like, well, hold on. So there's a video of Sam Hyde, and he goes, she's going to ruin his life. Mark my words. I guarantee it. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, Anisa was the one that showed it to us because we didn't know nothing.
What was funny, too, is like...
I was just thinking about that on the way to work because I saw that clip, too. And I was like, damn, like Sam, he was right.
Yeah.
Well, so what's crazy to me is like, so for example, when Ian did your show for Creator Clash 2, he would never say my name. He'd always just go Ian's coach or my coach. And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, oh, you mean Michael? And then I was like, thank you, AB. Appreciate you. But so, and then same thing when he did the other podcast, he said, oh, my coach is he's really tough. He has toxic masculine qualities.
Wait, when did he say that?
He said that when he was talking to
when he did the podcast
with the Smosh guy.
Yeah.
So he did that and he said,
what?
oh my.
He's lost his mind. I'm sorry, but if anybody deserves to have toxic masculine traits, it's your boxing coach, okay? Get in line, bitch. You know what I mean? Go wake up and run. Think about, you remember Mike Tyson's coach, this like grumpy, insane old man? Like, this is who you want to coach you, dude. What are you talking about?
By the way, after this video, I read through the Idubbbz Reddit, and there was a commenter who was like, H3 is such a piece of shit. It's never okay to have toxic masculinity. Like, that was an actual comment that someone had left in support of Idubbbz as a result of this conversation. Oh, sir, the coach can be toxic masculine. Idubbbz cried because the coach yelled at him, so he cried, and that was a big part of that. It's long-winded, 6 minutes. So this is her complaining about the documentary again. A bit, like I said, a big part of this was supposed to be the documentary coming out and showing this guy and his coaching and how he's a great coach because his wife had been encouraging him. Like, this guy is a bit of a dummy, and he was just more than happy for like the last 10 years to be a boxing coach at some other guy's gym. And his wife is like, honey, you must be a successful businessman. Go out into business for yourself. I will help you become boxing coach. So he was like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to start a business. And Idubbbz was a part of that, where it's like, okay, look, I'll coach you. I'm an experienced, seasoned, professional boxing coach. This is literally my job. And I will take you from being a doughy piece of dumpy ass, and I will turn you into a Greek god. This is as long as you follow my instructions. This is what I will do for you. But you have to publish let my wife do a documentary so we can self-promote, and then you have to advertise for me as well. And Idubbbz and Anisa just completely undermined them. And I don't know. I assume this is going to be in the clip afterwards, but I'll just spoil this and skip over it later. Despite them inviting Ian and Idubbbz into their house for Thanksgiving and shit, because apparently the Hmong woman, she made like a turkey for the first time just for Ian and Anisa. There were certain things. It was like the post-show event in Creator Clash 2. Ian was sad that his friends that he invited to Creator Clash didn't have anything to do after the event was over. So they made sure to have like a whole party for all the Hasan B people to come hang out with the boxers after the event. They called it the gala. And Idubbbz did not invite his coach. So they had this big after party with all these YouTube influencers. And his coach that was giving him basically next to nothing free training was simply not invited. Was not even informed of there being a gala. So that they wouldn't have hurt feelings until way after the fact, I guess. This is about the bad breath. Okay, yeah, I'll play.
Now, I want to ask you something. It's alleged by Anisa herself that Ian has both bad breath and he shits in his pants frequently.
That's right.
Do you have
Oh my god, earlier in the stream I was like, how did that rumor about him having terrible BO start? Duh. Anisa openly talks about how much he stinks on stream. She was the one that started that rumor.
Any data on that? Having been in close proximity with him?
No. I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones, and he was saying he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones. And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your teeth. And so he was like, oh, okay, hygiene. And I'm like, yeah, fool, like you need to brush your teeth. And he's like,
wait, hold on. That shouldn't be something you need to hear from your boxing coach. Brush your teeth. That's something, that's it, knowledge he should have come to you with.
Yeah. He was worried about getting sick. Like, so, yeah.
So was it Creator Clash 1 or 2 where Anisa sent us, it was a day of training.
I don't know if you guys, I feel like I should explain this. A tonsil stone is like a clump of bacteria that grows in the back of your throat when you don't do oral hygiene correctly. And you cough it up like a cat. It's the worst smelling thing ever. If you've ever smelled a tonsil stone, it's like the worst thing ever. And if you don't like brush those out, it just sits in the back of your throat and it's the most disgusting thing ever. And it makes your breath smell like shit. If you ever meet somebody who has tonsil stones and coughs these things out, they're actually vile beyond belief.
For one of the
There was a kid, there was a kid in my middle school class named Devin who had BO, and this was one of his things. He had tonsil stones, and he hacked one of these things out, and it is like, it knocks you off your feet. It is the most disgusting thing in the entire world.
CC1 or 2, I can't remember which one, and she sent us a video, a photo of his tongue. And
Oh,
she said,
no.
"Oh, I think he might have like bad breath, and it's causing."
She said
Hold on. Go back. Why did she send you a picture of his tongue?
They thought it would show us that he was going to get strep throat.
Yeah, so he couldn't.
And I'm like, because they were trying to say he's going to get sick before the event, and it can happen if you train too hard before an event. You run your immune system down, so then you can get sick. But we weren't training too hard for him to get sick.
Yeah.
So like they wanted him to gain weight, and I kept telling him, like, there's ways we can gain weight right before weigh-ins. So I want you at like a healthy weight, because they wanted him to be 188 for the Dr. Mike fight. So the Sunday before the fight, Anisa makes him eat all this shitty food. So the Monday before the fight, he couldn't even do 2 rounds of pads in the ring without almost throwing up. So I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? I was like, I was telling you, if you're 188 or 180, but you drink like a couple Gatorades, a Gatorade is 32 ounces, which is 2 pounds. I'm like, just drink 2 or 3 Gatorades right before weigh-ins, and you'll gain like 4 or 5 pounds, and then you'll be 185. But instead, she was like, no, he needs to eat all this shitty food. So they were feeding him all bunch of shit. And that's why when he weighed in with Dr. Mike, he was like grabbing his belly. And I'm like, bro, that's embarrassing for me.
Yeah, you're making
I'm
us
your
look
fucking
bad.
coach, and you're in there with a belly up there. Like, it's one thing to gain the weight and be like, oh, I gained weight. But it's another thing to be like the day before the fight grabbing your belly. And it's because you ate a bunch of bad food.
Yeah, they would
like,
get Denny's all the time, and then he would.
Denny's? This is important. I'm accused all the time of people say that they see me in Denny's farting. They say that about me, and I want them to. I never go to Denny's. I never go out to Denny's. But Ian's the one who's actually shitting his pants at Denny's.
Yes. The meeting that we had right after Alex Ernst's fight,
Yes.
I mean, sparring session was at Denny's.
Yeah.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
The meeting that we had to have with Ian and Anisa after the sparring session with Alex Ernst was at Denny's.
What did they eat at Denny's? What did they order?
Just like disgusting.
But she loved it because she used to work there back in the day. And I was in my mind, I'm like, Ian, you're a millionaire. Why are you eating at Denny's all the time? Like, stop it. And then,
He's allegedly. I've heard Hila noticed this, and I guess Anisa also confirmed that he's very cheap, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't experience that. Like, he was always good to me, but at the same time, except for the fact he would never help promote me.
Well,
But
I
in person, he was always good.
I could say that I wonder if like this is a good example, but like for example, when Michael trains Ian, he charges $100 an hour, but Anisa would always want to be trained at the same time, so Michael is training both of them for $100 an hour, and I would always tell Michael like you're training both of them, you should charge each one of them $100 an hour, and Michael would be like, oh well, it's for a charity event, and I feel bad asking, so let's just do it for now because we're gonna get a bonus one day.
I cannot even think of the last time I've eaten at a Denny's. There's nothing at a Denny's I'd ever want. You know what I mean? But I do want like shitty breakfast food. I'd either get IHOP or I would get that's the other one, Waffle House. Waffle House is that Gucci Mang slop. You walk in. This is what you do, Chet. You go to Waffle House and you say, "I want a double order of hash browns, smothered, covered, chunked, diced, and peppered." And then you grab that bottle of ketchup and you drown those in that ketchup shot. That's how you eat at Waffle House. And it should be 4 a.m. You should be somewhat drunk, and there should be black people arguing somewhere. This is the ideal eating experience. There's a sort of bliss at a Waffle House at 4 a.m. where you're drunk and you're eating your double order of hash browns, smothered, covered, chunked, diced, and peppered. And as you're sitting there listening to black people argue, you know, when black people argue, it's like a little Tasmanian devil thing. They're very dynamic and running around, and they might even involve you. I remember one time I went to a gas station. There was it was like 4 a.m. and I was drunk. And the black guy, like, I don't know why, but I think he was pressing me. He said something to me. He was like, "What's up?" But like in a really black way. And I was drunk and I just looked at him like one eye half closed and I'm like, "Nothing much, man." And I walked into this very, very black gas station to get some Gatorade. I desperately craved Gatorade. I don't know. You become blacker and more able to socialize with black people when you are intoxicated, and you can eat your hash browns at a Waffle House when you have alcohol and you. All right, next. Let's see what we got. His body odor. This is what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear about the BO, man. I mean that BO.
Do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
I mean, I say it's true. I smell it all the time. It's horrible. A good example is this, because Michael's so nice and doesn't want to say it, but here's the thing. When we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, okay?
For the first fight he did. Well,
for
the first part of the first fight, not for the actual camp.
Correct.
During the camp was when he cut out his 2 days. And that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes, so he would smell so bad that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other, members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym, so they don't have to smell it.
I try to take it to the open doorway.
Yeah, so that does happen. I'm not lying. It's true. He doesn't shower.
Yeah. I just didn't understand why she wouldn't tell him. I'm like, what is going on here?
So, and
she tells the audience. She humiliates him
in her Discord.
Yeah.
She's fine releasing everything, but she won't talk to him about it. I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah. And
like, I didn't
Hold
feel
on,
like
guys. I got to sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like his breath didn't stink all the time.
Yeah.
Another question.
They're just like they're like randomly putting like H3. He's like in a Denny's, and then out the window of like a drive-through or whatever. He just keeps teleporting around, but he's always in a chair. So it's kind of like the guy from like Sparky from C Lab. He's just always in his chair, no matter what he's doing. Anisa is a shitty Muslim. Yeah, we know. They were scared to put out the documentary, the second one, because Anisa failed so bad. Ian was left to deal with the consequences, to all the embarrassing crap and drama. Anisa had Thanksgiving dinner with her coaches and went silent on them. Radio. Michael went to hell with Ian and has no relationship. I think this is important because he sounds really... I think this is the part where he actually sounds really affected by how badly Ian treated him.
Yeah, because like I think for the first fight, it could have made a great documentary. But I think for the second one, they were scared to put out that Anisa did all this work because it failed so badly. She wasn't even a part of when he did his charity, when he did his charity stream, or not, I won't even call it charity. When he did his fundraiser stream, because it wasn't charity, it was fundraiser. So when he did his fundraiser stream, I don't even think she was really a part of it. And it was like, a lot of this thing failed because you were the person in charge. But now when Ian has to make up for it, she was nowhere to be found. And he was like doing embarrassing things. As a boxing coach, you don't want to see your client doing those things under those circumstances. You know, it'd be
Keep the
different.
pride up. Keep the self-respect up.
Literally, because that's on my, and once again, that's what I was telling him. I was like, a lot of what you do reflects my brand. So when he attacked you, all of a sudden, I start getting all these messages on all my stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why am I getting all this? Like, one, we were getting views again on some of the like old, because I haven't put anything on YouTube for a long time, and all of a sudden I had a video of us at the AM of the Creator Clash, and all of a sudden there's just all these bad comments on it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I find out, and that's when we find out that he created the drama with you, and that's when we found out all these other things, and that's why we were like, I'm gonna get my side of the story out there, because one, I'm not affiliated with him unless, like, except for training that 10 months the first time and the 4 or 5 months the second time. Otherwise, like, we have no affiliation. Yeah. We'd invite him to Thanksgiving dinner. He came once. Like when I went to LA,
Thanksgiving dinner at your house?
I needed turkey for my first time, and it was a special Thanksgiving because it was.
You had turkey for the first time?
Yeah,
what have you been waiting for? Oh,
yeah.
you made it. You made
I
it.
made it. Yeah, so I made the turkey for the first time. It was a super special Thanksgiving because Michael and I had just moved in together. So we decided that we were going to get married, and not only that, but Michael's dad passed, you know, and so that Thanksgiving was super special. I've never made a turkey my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs so there'd be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian and Anisa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them, and they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying about that was like, I would invite them out to do stuff and almost never get a response. And then when I was in LA, like I hit up AB and he's like, yeah, let's go out to dinner. And I'm
AB's
like,
such a good guy.
Yeah. I'm like, so AB's willing to go out to dinner.
But Baby likes you. I think he wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah, but my own fighter didn't, and it broke my heart all the time because, like, so there's a coach named like Mike Quick Flores, and he's amazing, and his fighters loved him. They helped him start a damn YouTube channel. They bought him cameras. They helped him start a YouTube channel. They did all this stuff for him. And like one of his fighters was like James Odwin's out that got knocked out in like freaking 30 seconds, and he still loves training with the coach. So I'm like, how does somebody that get knocked out in 30 seconds have such a close relationship with his coach? And I like went to hell with Ian, and we have no relationship.
Yeah.
Tragic, chat. It hurt his feelings. His feelings were hurt. Anisa a bitch. We don't know that. Anisa was mean to Ian. We know that. They call him anti-Semitic. That's not. They speculate if he has an abuse fetish or if he's just really pathetic. I already speculated on that. They shit talk Graham Stephan, who I don't know, and the money YouTuber who is a money YouTuber who is Jewish. So they didn't like him because he's Jewish. They were offended by a hoe joke. That's not particularly interesting. Ian was behaved normally without Anisa. That's too long for that, but they said that when there was a couple days where she had to go do stuff with her family, and when he was separated from her, he behaved like a normal person. So they kind of speculate that she's evil. Talk about the content cop and how they were shocked that it was supposed to be H3. Which, I mean, it was obvious. It was just like, he's promoting your shit. Why would you go after him? They eventually asked Ian to help them start a business by having him co-sign a loan as a guarantor. And granted, this is like a really You would never ever. I would never recommend anybody co-sign a loan of somebody because it's a bad idea. But Ian's response was like, "In no world can I help you." So he was like extremely mean about it for no particular reason. Okay. How much of this is okay? I'll just let this play out, and then I will add anything that's missing.
I'm not done because Kate, I wanted to ask you. You brought up when we were chatting a bit before the show. I brought up your working on some really interesting activism where you were.
Yes.
This is not interesting. It's really shocking and sad that you yourself were a child bride.
Yes. So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and 17. And this happened in America, okay? And Ian and Anisa are well aware of my story because I've had them in my home. They've seen my kids and everything. And so last year, right, 2024, I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians. We lobbied to support the bill. I gave my public testimony to support the bill. And, I was on Seattle Times and television and everything. And I reached out to Ian and Anisa and I asked them if they could help, share the information because it was really important to me that this bill passed. And they just both left me on red. But guess what? Today, when they saw the highlights on Ian's story that we were going to be on here, Ian, Anisa was texting me and Michael, and they're like,
they ignored us when we were like trying to fight child marriage. But then when they found out,
are they pro child marriage?
Yeah,
take a hard stance. It makes one. Begs the question. Wait, so how? And if you're uncomfortable talking about this, refrain. But it sounds. How did you get married at 12?
So basically, in Washington State, there's no law to prevent parents from marrying their children. So as long as there's a parental consent, then the judge on it and it happens, it could just marry a child at the age of 2.
What?
Yes, and also I want to imply that I also want to let you guys know that last year after Michael and I worked so hard in Olympia in Washington to pass the bill was passed in March of last year, and the bill was signed by the governor at the end of March.
Wow, that's amazing.
A lot of people didn't know this. I think I even talked about this on stream, and like a lot of people gave me shit and said that I was making things up and using like liberal feminist talking points. So I'm going to show you this. I don't know which one is like the most up to date. This looks like it's probably up to date. There are 2 kinds of marriages. Marriages that you can have with parental consent and marriages autonomously. So in this, I think this map is accurate, but there are several states. I think in Texas, they updated this recently with parental consent. But I remember my aunt got into a really heated argument once because the age of consent in Texas was like 8 years old with parental consent. And there are still states that exist today that have no minimum age. So you can get married in California with parental consent at any age. So, and then once you're legally married, by the way, there is no such thing as statutory between a married couple. So if you did marry an 8-year-old and you had with an 8-year-old in California, it would not be considered statutory for child because she is your spouse, and that is the exception to statutory rules. So how did she become a child bride? Her parent consented for a sum of money that she'd be married to an older male, and then when they had, it was legal because they were a couple. They were a married couple recognized by the state of Washington to be married. So there's no such thing as between them. And I was going to say in addition to that, so she was a part of a Hmong family that came over after the Vietnam War, and her mother couldn't handle her, so she gave her up to her aunt. Her aunt accepted a dowry of several $1,000s from a different Hmong family, and then offered her hand in marriage to a adult man. He was like 19 when she was like 11, I want to say, and he impregnated her and abused her throughout their marriage until she was 20 something. And then she left. And so I didn't make fun of him for being a stepdad too badly, because her children are the product of child, basically, which is a very difficult situation to be in. And I just assume that the guy is probably very nice. I don't want to give him shit for that. As funny as it would be if it was Matt Jarbo and some random hoe, I feel kind of apprehensive about being too mean there, right? So this woman, she did something that she saw that they were trying to pass a bill to change the minimum age of marriage in Washington to be 18. So even with parental consent, there is no way to get married until you're an adult. And that would eliminate the pedophile loophole, basically, where if you marry a child with parental consent, you can have sex with children legally. So she said, you know what, I got away from my marriage 10 years ago, but I support this bill. So she became kind of a political advocate. And then she said, my good friend, Ian and Anisa, who were helping with this boxing tournament, they have a very large platform, and I need, I need as many people supporting it as possible to get it passed in state legislature. Maybe they'll give me a little bit of a platform. So she asked Anisa and Idubbbz, hey, would you please retweet this thing about child marriage being outlawed in Washington? And Idubbbz and Anisa left her unread. So why is it that this Hmong woman and her boxing husband are coming out to have a full frontal laugh along at their expense with H3? Is because Anisa and Idubbbz could not be bothered to give enough about these people who donated their time to end child marriage and left them on red. They didn't give them the bonus. They didn't give them the full price of the work they put in. They didn't give them a win. They didn't give them the advertising. They didn't even give them the shout outs in a couple tweets. And then they couldn't even be bothered to help her pass a bill to end child marriage. That is how lazy, ungrateful, and just outright shitty these retards are. And not just that, not just like moralistically bad people, they're dumb. It's dumb as to take the charity of somebody and then spit in their face like that. If you want to be like a Machiavellian abuser and manipulate people for your material advantage, you got to be smarter. You got to be at least pretend to be nice, at least pretend to give a shit, at least do the bare minimum to pretend that you give about their life and the shit they went through and so on and so forth. Anisa's too dumb to even pretend to give up with the people she's taking advantage of. That's how dumb she is. So that's what happened with them. And by the way, the real kicker is that I think that the bill that they asked for help with wasn't even the Washington state bill. You see how California is still gray? They wanted to pass a similar bill in California. And so she went down to California and she met with state lawmakers and did the whole song and dance and told all, like, the podcast is like 1/3 just her explaining how she fled Cambodia, and she was abandoned by her mother and sold by her aunt and was horrifically physically and mentally abused for over a decade. How she had 2 children that were the product of spousal as a child. Just like this awful, grueling story. And she said that every time she met a lawmaker, she had to retell this story. And the bill didn't pass in California. And do you want to know why it didn't pass in California? Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood's lobbying group said that restricting child marriage could somehow jeopardize abortion rights. Theoretically, it might cause like a Puritan spiral in California. So Planned Parenthood lobbied against ending child marriage. And because they didn't have the publicity or the big names helping them in California, it didn't pass. And to this day, if you're a you can go to California, and if you ask the right people, you can find an 8-year-old Mexican girl to buy for pennies on the dollar. And you know who's at fault for that? Ian and Anisa Johma. No lie, no cap. That's a true story. So, Puritan Spiral. I'm telling you, bro, us moral will be vindicated by the passage of time. Moral bros stay winning. This is apparently Hasan Orbiter. I didn't even listen to this, but I want to see what it says.
An adult bitch? Sorry about that. Ooh, sorry about that. That was sorry about that. You know, but you went from child bride to adult. Piece of shit. So you and your story. Let's listen to two more.
Anthony Sargon is his name, Lebanese. He looks like a Pajit. Hello, my good soul. It seems that you are advocating for disillusionment of child marriage. I ask that you do not redeem. In my country, it is very, very, very normal to marry a sweet little flower like the Prophet Muhammad married Aisha when she was 8 years old. And then he the marriage at 9 years old. He redeemed the marriage. He redeemed her virginity at 9 years old, as is written in the Holy Quran. I ask that you do not, you damn dirty bitch pig mother chode, do not redeem child marriages. Thank you, Hasan. Very cool. Ethan Klein, H3, is suing 3 people himself. He is suing Denims, he is suing Casey Tron, and he is suing Frogan for copyright infringement. Actually, now that I've said that, I need to play the actual video because it's one of my favorite videos of all time. Here we go. This is the good shit right here.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Oh ho ho, what do we have here? Playing copyrighted musics? You're under arrest for copyright infringements.
Playing of copyrighted musics is illegal under the Copyright Rights Infringement Law of 1999. You thought you could get away with it, did ya, you little bitch?
Huh?
Bitch,
Did you?
Guilty for life.
This is basically what's going to happen to Casey Tron, Frogran, and the rest of those terrible, horrific copyright infringements. Ethan Klein is alleging that those 3 parties conspired to deprive him of the reserved market for his intellectual property. And he alleges this because they basically say that they are doing that. They're basically saying that in their videos, they say, like, if you guys enjoyed watching this, it's the content nuke on Hasan Piker, by the way. And he says, if you guys enjoyed watching this video and not giving that slimy Jew H3 any money, make sure to give me a like and subscribe. And all 3 of them made statements similar to that, where it's like, they're making it obvious that their restreaming is less about providing insightful, critical commentary and more about allowing people to bypass H3 and view the video indirectly. So yeah, he's also suing 2 Redditors for conspiracy because they were helping they made a list on Reddit basically saying, like, so the Hasan Piker content nuke dropped, don't watch that slimy Jews YouTube channel and give them ad rev, watch on base Casey Tron instead. And then according to H3, they provided no transformative commentary. I think all of them even did a chair react where they just got up and left the video playing the entire time without saying anything. So his arguments are pretty strong. The issue with his lawsuit, though, is that he's very flippant about this. And there's a thread that has the actual documents in it. And I think I can just open this up and show you the documents. Sorry, I should have had that pulled up. But you open it and it's very silly. Like the caption for this image is "The Nightmare on Denham Street," and this Frogan reacting by exiting. and then she's like getting up and leaving. So it's like there's like whimsical, silly captions and jokes in this, and I don't feel like that's appropriate. And I understand that there's not like a legal basis for that, but I feel like even from a PR perspective, you know, lawsuits are life ruining. If you drop a lawsuit like this against a regular person who's just getting by day to day, and you suddenly are adding a $5,000 attorney's fee into their you know, existence budget, their life is ruined basically. And you can bully normal people into forsaking their constitutional rights by engaging in lawfare, and people do it all the time against weak targets. So I always feel like if you're going, oh look, there's even like quotes here. Time to watch the new content, Nuke ethically. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate everyone's support, and thank you for watching it with me. I came for the H3 Snark Reddit. I found my way to the Reddit. Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing. So it's just, you have to, when you file something like this, you have to understand that you are really ruining someone's life. And you should probably pretend that you give a shit, and you should probably pretend that you have suffered serious injury that can only be remediated by the court system. And I feel like any kind of display less than that is flippant and obnoxious and abusive. And in the video, by the way, he basically is saying like that he set this up as a trap. And I'm aware that that's very common in lawfare. You know, you set traps so that people will step over a line that makes it very clear that they're doing something illegal or that violates your rights. However, to admit that like your entire purpose of doing this was to entrap somebody so that you could sue them for copyright infringement also feels very flippant and disrespectful to the system. And it's just really grimy and sleazy. I know that H3 is suing like the 3 worst people ever. Like the 3, I have nothing good to say about any of these crusty freaks. Idubbbz in particular, I don't know how she pulls 6,000 people per stream, because she is just like the most mid-Arab bitch that has ever lived. But she's got the meaty flappers out, so all the people who actually watch Twitch seem to be like the most low IQ people on the planet. Just the most easily milked whales that have ever existed. So like, I have nothing good to say about them, but it's like he's being kind of like a dickhead about this, to be quite honest with you. And then they both started up jump scare, by the way. They both started up GoFundMe's. Casey Tron's goal, did that go down? I swear that was like at 341, and then I refreshed and it was 1336. So Casey Tron has a $100,000 goal. And in the first 24 hours, which are the most important for a fundraiser usually, she has raised less than leaked dollars, probably because she has used the worst image you could possibly use for the purpose of crowdfunding for this litigation. So she is 1.3% of the way towards her goal of defending against this Jew. By the way, his attorney's name, and this is the scariest thing about this whole lawsuit, his attorney's name, Ram Barnism. The most Jewish name I've ever heard in my entire life. That is a terrifying name. If you get a lawsuit from Ram Barnism, you're like, oy vey, oy gewalt. It's another Shoah. What the? So she's not doing too well against this. And then this is Idubbbz. So she's got the meaty flappers and didn't put a horrific image as her thumbnail. So her goal of $100,000 has been met 215 donations at $6,500. So 6.5% of the way there in the first 24 hours. Now, Hasan Piker could fund both of these lawsuits completely in less than a single month's worth of income. Will he ride with his stands, or will he let them suffer and hang them out to dry? We will see, chat. We will see. In addition to this, I guess because Casey Tron's litigation fund has been so terrible, supposedly she is doing what the kids call crashing out. Now, I haven't watched these clips, but I will watch them together with you, and we will enjoy together. The Twitter account Usurped the Chef says Casey Tron, besides being a walking reminder that smoking weed every day can lead to visually negative side effects, thinks that the only reason... this guy, by the way, is a Destiny simp, and he's saying, oh yeah, those weed smokers sure are bad, huh? Talking to somebody who takes prescription Adderall like Tic Tacs. Thinks that only reason she's being sued by Ethan Klein is because she made fun of Destiny. So let's watch this video.
Like, I'm like, why does Ethan Klein know of me? You know why? It's because I pissed off that Destiny sex pest freak. And I know that Destiny's viewers are probably in here right now because you know they're Ethan's viewers too.
You know they're obsessed. The second they hear your name, they come running.
And I've been calling Destiny out on being a fucking
Who is she talking to? That guy's gross back there.
freak for, I don't know, longer than anybody else. I'll tell you that. And guess what? I was proven right. Your little pest god or whatever, he's a freak. And he's not as smart as you think he is.
The last time I heard him.
That stream is like audio-visual terrorism. Casey Tron apparently has gotten fat. I don't know who she is, but apparently she's fat now. And yeah, that was terrorism to listen to that. XOXO at Joship Girl says, Casey Tron responds to Ethan Klein's lawsuit against her. Blast you, Ethan Klein. This no good with his ugly ass wife. Cunt. Wait a second, chat. I didn't know that Ethan Klein had a wife. Did you? Oh, wait. Here she is. Cunt, she adds. So let's listen to this one.
Blast you, Ethan Klein. Blast you to hell. No,
Bitch.
like.
Bitch, your mic is clipping. Your mic is clipping.
What the? Oh, this no good and his ugly ass wife.
What's wrong with her?
Cunt.
What's wrong with this bitch?
God.
Why is she talking like that?
No, let me tell you.
Is that Taco Bell? That's Taco Bell. She eating Taco Bell. She just got hit with that lawsuit, so she on stream, she breaking up the quesadilla for that one. That's relatable. Just got hit with that lawsuit. Well, time to break out the DoorDash. I got some coping to do today. These are great clips. I'm having fun. Casey Tron this is by Joship Girl again, saying Casey Tron is gracefully bringing lawyers from her chat on stream to help in her lawsuit against Ethan Klein. This chatter says Ethan's suit has no basis! Exclamation point. All right, let's see what a real attorney has to say here.
Suit once before for a domain name, and it was they went after me like about my. They even went after the fact I smoked and stuff like that. So
They
that's
went
why I
after
kinda
you for
wanted-
smoking weed too? Oh my god.
even though it was legal.
Right? Like, oh my god, how could...
Yeah, what the is with the fart sound effects? Does everyone in this sphere have like a fascination with pee pee poo poo farts? Because Ethan Klein does it too with fart. What the is going on?
They do this to me. But what were you gonna say?
Oh no, just
Dude, she is up. This isn't weed either. Like, I've been around people who are stoned. I listened to Bossman Jack, who's like a big stoner. This is not weed. This is like weed and SSRIs mixing or some shit.
You've handled everything like gracefully and perfectly so far. So
I'm very
just
graceful.
keep ignoring the insults. That's all I want to say. And yeah,
I'm very graceful as she pounced down a taco. What the? What the?
gonna say.
And there's fart sound. Dude, what the is this shit?
And yeah, just lawyer up as soon as you can, if you can, and you know this will go away in a second.
Just eating into the
There's
mic.
no basis for any of this, like literally.
I just found this What is happening on this stream? Why is this such a nightmare?
Ethan Klein,
on Twitter
you have
named
no
Casey
basis.
Ooh, she is so cool.
Literally,
$6 for
You have
legal
no
defense.
basis.
Just subscribed.
No, and I'm gonna be bringing all of my chat lawyers on call.
This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. This stream is a nightmare. How the does this bitch have 3,000 subscribers? What the is this? What? I can't even believe how bad this stream is. I'm like psycho audio visually battered by watching this 50-second clip of this fat bitch eating tacos while this lawyer simps for her. And she's eating into the microphone and she's like high on pills and there's fart sound effects and like lotto sounds as she gets done. What the absolute is going on Twitch? Twitch, this stream is literally indistinguishable from the gutter slop on Kick. Kick is completely Twitch now. Like, if this is what's considered like a high performing stream on Twitch, Kick has literally like cunt punted Twitch to the curb. I don't know. God, what the man? That's crazy. Awful, man. Is this like is this like a restream? I'm tweeting this. Okay. I feel very strongly about this. So that is the not the H3 update, I guess. That's the Caseytron update. Apparently, as soon as this lawsuit drops, she streamed for 8 hours, like completely up, eating Taco Bell. Like, that's not what I would do. Whoa, buddy! I don't have a thing to tingling. I need like. Do I need a wait? I have some Allen wrenches on my desk. Can I do that? Wait, this will work, right? Wait. I need like to hit both sides at once. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is the same. This is basically the same thing, I think. We have an important update from Caseytron, and I think it's really important. This is about the H3 lawsuit, and this is her statement. She really wants you to hear this, so I'm actually going to honor that request, and I'm going to play this for you guys. Okay.
People, a lot of loser incel men who have a hard time deciphering right from wrong. To anybody that's looking for a space, that isn't afraid to speak up for those marginalized, that isn't afraid to call out some of the man's club that dominates so many online spaces unchecked.
That's me, chat.
That likes to keep up, you know, if you like to keep up on the drama. Wait, hold on. Like I said, I didn't proofread this, and my grammar is not correct. But anyway, what I was trying to say. Where hold on, I lost my place. Oh yeah, if you're somebody that's been looking for a space, that isn't afraid to speak up for those marginalized, that isn't afraid to call out the man's club that dominates so many online spaces completely fucking unchecked, because so many other people are afraid to call it out because they're afraid of, you know, poking the hornet's nest. Let me just say, like, these losers, not the people who are afraid to speak out. I get why they are, but the incels. But if you like to keep up with the reality TV drama, if you like to do some girling and gang and thing and whatever you do, welcome home, girls. Welcome home, little girl. You found your home. I also want to say I release my content. I release all of my content. If anybody wants to repost my content anywhere that isn't an incel loser, feel free to. Like, oh my.
Well, I'm not an incel loser. I mean, I might be a loser, chap. I'm not an incel. So therefore, I have endless copyright release from Caseytron to share her videos. Isn't that lovely? Of course, all my videos are various criticism, commentary, and news reporting, chat. I realize that's another one. As the Supreme Court said that all citizens are journalists, so I am when I use clips specifically. She's like an actual weed addict, and her brain is completely fried. By the way, someone clarified for me in the Maddie stream, the Maddie thread on the forum. I played a clip last stream that had 2 excerpts from the Caseytron live stream, and it was just a cacophony of noise, like farting sounds, nonsense, like slot machine sounds. And I'm like, is this like a detractor edit? Because, you know, with DSP and other lolcows, when there's copyright issues in particular, they'll take the video, they'll overlay some bullshit, they'll add some sound effects to try and like feign fair use or whatever, or make enough of a fair use argument that you don't want to sue over it. That was her actual unedited stream. She actually streams to thousands of people, and they literally voluntarily subject themselves to that harrowing experience that you guys endured for mere minutes, but for hours at a time. Is that not the most incredible and horrific thing you've ever heard? That that's actually how she presents herself to the online, and that the online responds positively by giving her attention and money. She, by the way, after this lawsuit dropped, her subscriptions on Twitch are up to 4,200. Now, Twitch takes a big, chunky 50% of that. But if you do the math, 4,200 subscriptions times 5 divided by 2, trust me on this, is $10,000. So she makes over $10,000 a month by streaming the worst slop you've ever seen, laden with fart noises. And she can't even string together a sentence yet. It's just a nightmare. Proper nightmare. And that's Casey. Actually, no, that's not Casey Tron. There's more. Anisa's birthday was on the 25th. And she went to go see a capybara. Very cute capybara. Good choice. That's Ian with the dog. Anisa with a bird. I don't know if this is their pet bird or if that's a real... They went to like a zoo? Do they have a capybara? What the... Capybara. Capybara seems annoyed by her, but, you know, such is life. They always look like that, to be honest with you. Rusty Shackleford says, wait, you and Ethan have the same birthday? And she says, Soulbound, it was destiny for us to battle on this mortal plane. Wait. They have the same birthday, and she says, happy birthday to me? That can't be right. That's not possible, chat. Idubbbz birthday. His birthday is October 1st. She's like lying. She's like, she forgot his birthday, chat. She doesn't know her husband's birthday. So on her birthday, she decided to use the birthday spirit to endow some goodwill, birthday blessings, to Caseytron, saying, for my birthday, I would like everyone who can afford to go donate to Casey's GoFundMe for legal fees. It would mean so much to me. I started y'all off with my own donation, so you know how important it is to me. Thanks in advance. Love you all and appreciate the happy birthday wishes. And this is, oh, look, she changed the logo. I pointed out how horrific oh my God, her GoFundMe logo was from last stream. It was like a picture of her, like as ugly as possible, with like her eyes bulging out weird. And I guess she decided, she took my advice and said, you know what, that is probably not how I want to portray myself on the internet. So she did change it, it appears. But Anisa Johma gave $1,000 to help the poor little Caseytron, who only makes a measly $10,000 a month off Twitch. Hopefully that will help. That's literally all. She had to dip into her SSRI funds for that shit. Actually, she's back in Canada now, so I think the Canadian taxpayer is paying for it. Maybe that's why she had $1,000. Now that she's back in Canada, Canadians are paying for the SSRIs. And that frees her up from the American healthcare system to give as much money as she can, chat. That's very nice. And then Caseytron replies, got into a little slappy fight with Hambly and says, this isn't about copyright. This is about evoking incel support. As someone who has been the target of incel harassment for plus 10 years, there's a lot of them, and few who speak up against it. Men who delight in humiliating women for clicks. I am so tired of being a target of this. So her being sued for copyright infringement is not merely her being sued for copyright infringement because she chair streamed an Ethan an H3 video and then ignored his copyright takedown notice. It is about fighting the incel chuds, chat. H3, by the way, posted an update. Because he chose to sue 3 women, many people were concerned about his incel chudliness. And H3, of course, being a progressive reform Jew living in LA, took that to heart and said, okay, I got to do something about this misogynist label. So he posted this. He said, "Good evening. I've been thinking deeply about everything going on, specifically about the accusation that I'm a misogynist for suing 3 women. You are all correct that it's not fair. That's why I've decided to add Sean the Black to the lawsuits for gender equality. Sean, be sure to thank all your snarker friends for their constructive advice." To which Sean replies, So now we have 3 women and a black guy, just to make sure nobody can call Ethan Klein a misogynist. Very nice, Ethan. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed by our boy and his incel chudly behavior. Anisa, by the way, Anisa publicly mentioned once on live stream with Ian that she demanded of him at some point after Creator Clash 1, just like demanded that he buy a house, I think in Seattle, and it was $1 million house. And sure enough, he did, just because his woman said to. He dropped $1 million on a home in Seattle in 2022. Now, you may know that between 2022 and now, Seattle has become shittier and the property values have gone down. So supposedly, actually somebody went by this house recently and said that it was completely empty. And then immediately after that, it went up for listing on Zillow. But supposedly Ian and Anisa are currently living in Canada with her mother in their basement. And he is trying to sell his property for the full, literally just the dollar value that he paid for in 2022. And it remains to be seen. It's only been listed for a week and it's $1 million home. So it will probably be up for a while, regardless of how fast it's going to sell. But it remains to be seen if he's actually going to get that. Because if he has to take the price down to, it's called being upside down on your mortgage. But if he has to take a $200,000 loss on this property and he has a mortgage that he's upside down on, he essentially walks away from that closing in debt. So you don't have a house and you have $200,000 in debt to a bank that you still have to pay back. And that's in Ian's current situation where he's basically running on fumes, even on his main channel. And it remains, it's kind of up in the air how much they actually make these days. But $200,000 for most people is a mortgage. If you get a modular standard, like 1,200 square foot home, that's $200,000. So that's a bad situation to be in, to owe a full mortgage for a brand new small modular home that you're just upside down on because you couldn't sell your house for its value. So sucks to be them, but they're shitty people, so we don't really care, do we, chat? Press 1 in chat if you care about the woes of Anisa and Ian, Johma. Press 2 if you care, but only because you like to laugh at their misfortunes, chat. I think that's where we're at. I see the chews are already coming in before I even gave a second option. Chat was just that ahead of the curve. They just knew that there would be a second option. That's more desirable, chat. Creator Clash is canceled. The Creator Clash official Twitter account says, "We've made the difficult decision to cancel Creator Clash. All existing pay-per-view ticket holders will receive automatic refunds, no actions required. While the event won't go ahead as planned, all funds raised so far will still be donated to charity, and our fundraising efforts will continue in the months ahead. Thank you all for all the fighters for their hard work and dedication, and to everyone who supported us over the years. We appreciate you. Thank you, the Creator Clash team." So, quick summary. Creator Clash 3 was underperforming. And Idubbbz, despite not putting any effort to actually promote this event through anyone whatsoever, spontaneously decided that for no reason, he would target Ethan Klein, literally the only person who had been promoting Creator Clash to anyone ever for any reason. And after that, ticket sales did not increase. So Idubbbz was beholden to actual investors who put the money up front to fund this event with the expectation that they would actually make money from the event. despite Creator Clash 2 losing like $500,000. So the after the Ethan Klein content comp video, they kicked him out. Like he saved face and said he was stepping down, but they kicked him out and probably threatened him with a lawsuit if he didn't remove himself. So he basically voluntarily, in fact, the fact that he gave up his ownership probably entails that that was an out-of-court settlement. Like they said, we're going to sue you for defrauding us and for sabotaging this event and costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars unless you sign this agreement that surrenders the entirety of your share of Creator Clash as an organization to us as reimbursement for the damage that you've done. So they get that share and they start doing the bean counting. And they realize that all their fighters have left and it would be impossible for them to proceed with the event as planned in Tampa, Florida. So they have to push it back and probably relocate it to LA. So they do that. And they say that in LA, at some point in the future, there will be a fight. And then everybody leaves. And now there's like 1 or 2 people left on the card. So they have to start from scratch. They're already X $100,000 in the ground. And they have to take a brand name that is absolutely ruined, permanently and irreversibly associated with Ian and Anisa, which is like brand. And they would have to start from scratch to get this event going. So they realized that it was impossible, that this is a doomed adventure, that there's no reason to continue this bullshit, and they shut it down. That's what happened, basically. I have this video. Nathan is dad, and he was during Creator Clash 1 one of the most hardcore Anisa and Idubbbz simps. He constantly defended them on Twitter. He ingratiated himself to them during Creator Clash 1. He shit-talked Froggyfresh. He basically was their slave. And then he was repaid for his diligence. He would be I think he was even the only fighter scheduled to be in all 3 events. So his loyalty was repaid in full by Ian and Anisa completely and totally him over. Okay, in case you're curious, I saw someone spurging in chat. I do not pause my clips every 2 seconds to make comments. I just don't do that. I've never done that. So if I have 2.5 minutes to play, I will play the full 2.5 minutes. I found this very illuminating that Anisa is, from every account, simply the worst person in the entire world, and absolutely everybody despises having to deal with her. That seems to be the common consensus. The only person in the entire world dumb enough to stick by Anisa is Idubbbz. Someone in chat even said, and I like this comment, that he got the toxic girlfriend experience and he wasn't even dating her. And it's like, that's completely true. He's not allowed to comment or laugh with this guy. And that seems to be the common thing. They all have the same exact line. Like, these guys that deal with Anisa and Idubbbz, whenever something happens, they don't get a phone call. It's like they have no communication. They have no idea what's happening. And then the moment, the nanosecond that they do anything that Anisa does not like, they get a text message from one of them complaining about it. So they don't get any communication unless they do something she doesn't like. And then she is up their ass immediately, which is actually kind of remarkable. It sounds like a lot of fun. One of the things that he mentions earlier that I did not timestamp is that he's suffered physical injury preparing for this fight. Apparently his knees are bad, and after a few weeks of sparring, like really intense sparring, expecting that the fight would be happening or would have happened already, he did really intense sparring to prepare for it. And at one point he got clocked. And now he says if he moves his head too fast, he starts to see light out of the corner of his eyes. So apparently, like, I don't know, when you move your head, you stop seeing kind of briefly because your eyes can't process information like that. So when that happens, apparently his brain starts like just blinding him. So that sounds pretty annoying. So he's the point of that was that he's been going to doctors and he's been training and he's been spending his money and he was supposed to get paid. And I think I actually do have a clip where he talks about the money because I found that pretty interesting. Basically, this guy got over. I do want to say, by the way, what the f is with his video format? He has like a room that looks like a drab motel from the 1990s. He has like the most piss yellow lighting I've ever seen. And his video quality looks like it's on VHS. This literally looks like it was filmed on VHS in the 1990s in a motel room. I don't know if that's a deliberate stylistic choice. I've never seen any other video from him or if this is just what he does. So that was notable to me. 1750, no, 1550. This is what your loyalty to a prostitute and has awarded you. You are out thousands of dollars. Your head's all up. You got achy bones, achy joints, and nothing to show for it. Literally nothing. And what's weird is that this guy has 500,000 subscribers, but I learned from Ruben Sim that having lots of subscribers and lots of views on your videos does not necessarily translate to money. Like, you have to monetize your videos in a very specific way in order to get a real income from YouTube, even if you have tons of viewers. So I found that fascinating. So you can tell this guy obviously got completely over. Somebody in chat was saying like he doesn't feel bad for him at all because he sucks. But my point was not that you should feel bad for this guy. You can feel bad for him. I won't hold that against you. I'm just saying that this is what absolute and total dedication and loyalty to Anisa Johma and Ian Johma has awarded him. Should have picked the Jew. Let this be a lesson to all of you. What happened to the fighting coach for snaking on Anisa and Ian? Lots of publicity, bills getting passed, protecting children from being sold into marriage. Probably the fight. Oh, he literally got paid $5,000 up front that Ian and Anisa hadn't paid him. And then who knows how much else for boxing instructions. Maybe he got the cosign he needed for his business to start up. This guy, he bet against the Jew. Don't do that. Don't bet against the Jew. Now you're just out money and your head's all up, brother. Jews rock. That's right. They sure do. Oh, this was Anisa's response, by the way. Okay, I'm just going to come out and clear something up. Ian won't be happy I'm doing this, but I think we need more transparency. But you needed transparency for like the last 3 years for this event. Ticket sales were abysmal before the Content Cop. Promotion wasn't going how we had hoped. Charity wasn't getting the numbers we wanted. We were promised a lot of things. A lot of things did not happen. I take responsibility for trying to do it again. We shouldn't have, but I think we made the best out of the situation. The charity got $225,000, and a lot of that was due to the buzz around Hasan supporting the charity. Charity got money, the fighters got paid, things didn't work out. The Content Cop wasn't some sudden turning point. The interest in Creator Clash 3 was low. So she, number one, lies. The fighters did not get paid. Things did not work out. That is correct. But this also shows that Anisa was the impetus behind the Content Cop, where she was like, husband, Creator Clash is a financial failure. I'll never be a cool kid now. You have to make a Content Cop on H3. Then Idubbbz says, but H3 is the only person supporting our failed business venture. Husband, I want to be cool to Hasan Piker. And so the bullshit Content Cop was made. Really nothing I did not expect, but I'm very happy that I did not have to talk about Ian and Anisa for a while. I hope that they suffer and languish in obscurity because they both are awful, rancid, terrible, tortured people, and their mere existence is a blight on everybody around them. An update from Ian and Anisa, very quick.
Okay, so here's the deal.
We're poor. Sorry.
Newsflash, we're poor. That's why we're in the basement for a third or fourth week in a row. I thought we'd be able to get out of here by now, but it's not happening.
Look at Anisa's stupid face. Hey, come on, let me rewind here.
Not happening.
Look at verge of tears. Look at that.
Okay, so here's the
we're going to have a lot of sad faces in this stream, chat. There's going to be a lot of sad faces coming up. So, if you don't remember, Anisa once said that marrying Idubbbz was justifiable to her mother because he was rich. And she said that if she didn't marry Muslim, then she would have to marry wealthy because her mother wanted her to marry either wealthy or Muslim. And because he is not Muslim, he was wealthy. So now that he's not wealthy and she's living in the basement of his parents' home, not sitting on a couch because I guess they can't afford furniture either, she has finally realized that the totality of her life decisions have led her to a very unhappy place. And that's just wonderful to see, chat. It's wonderful to see such things written plain as day on somebody's face because they suck so much ass. Here, that's a fun prediction, chat. Now that we know she's stuck, nobody wants her anymore. She sucks. And Ian is not Muslim and he's not wealthy. So because he is not Muslim and he is not wealthy, and he'll probably never be wealthy again, there's a cheap remedy to this dichotomy, chat, that could appease her mother, which is apparently the most important thing that she could possibly do. What do you guys think? Are we is there a meeting of the minds on this? Will Ian perform the Hajj? Murder Ian. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Marry Hasan? Maybe. Divorce? No, he's going to convert to Islam. Just like Chantal. They'll go to Lebanon. Oh, dude, that would be awesome. They could go to Lebanon and Chantal on her bank trip to Lebanon to go to an ATM. They could have a little double date vlog together. Dude, that would be awesome. Anisa, and then he would need a new name. What's like a Arab name equivalent for Ian? Just Muhammad? They don't really have too many names over there, do they? So it'll be Muhammad Johma and Anisa Johma on a little double date with Chantal and Salah at the KFG. At the KFG eating some fried chicken. That sounds like an exquisite stream. That sounds like a nice little content. Ibrahim, there we go. Ibrahim Johma. That sounds like a nice little content collab, chat. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Ethan Klein, speaking of lawsuits, has filed a petition with the court to allow him to subpoena. Usually in Discovery, you can subpoena whatever you want after you agree to limits on subpoenas. But Ethan Klein is asking for permission from the court to subpoena people to identify defendants. So he is hoping to put names to some of the John Does he's suing. And he's specifically requesting, let's see here. Reddit user Ozempic dealer. Reddit user, I can't read this because it's too small. Reddit user H3 Snark mod team. Reddit user H3 mod Snark team 2. Reddit user Roman P. User Right Salamander. Reddit user Cov 2. User H3 Snark mod team 3. User Wrong Salamander. User Right Salamander. User Pure Press. User Kitchen Mukbang Star. User Sarah Horn Jewett. I think that name is pretty self-evident unless it's like fake. User Jewett Sarah Horn. User Jewett Horn Sarah. User the full list of usernames of everyone who moderates the H3 Snark subs, and the full list of moderators for, and subsequently the personal information of the people who are the moderators. So he's trying to subpoena from Reddit everybody who is involved in the H3 Snark subreddit. He has the money. Why not? That's our legal system. Do whatever you want, boy. Okay, so what's his face? Ian Johma did a stream about immigrants and how immigrants are good, actually. It is 19 minutes of immigrants good. I have no insightful commentary to add to this. He basically watches those rage bait channels where they just go into like Rome and they walk around in Rome and are like, gee willikers, isn't this place a giant shithole? What a shame. And then he's like, what makes it a giant shithole? Is it because of all the brown people? And it's like, yeah, because they shouldn't be there. And he's like, why not? He has no insightful commentary or insights to add whatsoever. So it's like, what's the point? I don't know if it's a money thing or if he's trying to fit in with like Breadtubers or whatever. He even did this thing where he talked about how he did that drama video on H3, and he said something to the effect of, he did like a Joker speech. He was like, I think you and I are meant to be in this cycle forever. And he's like trying to do like the thing where it's just like, you and I we're meant to be enemies. And then he says like, you H3, we're pigs. We're meant to roll around in the slop forever. We're not supposed to rise above drama. We are the drama. We're always going to be drama. And then he goes back to bread tubing and is like, actually, I want to defend against racism. So this is a 7 million channel that's dipped under 7 million subscribers. Has 275,000 views after 4 days. And then the comments are very negative. Funny listening to someone who isn't from Europe telling everyone, well, Europe is like. This is more disgusting than when you ate vomit for money. I'm glad that he suffers endlessly. I don't know why. I just hate him. I mean, I have many reasons why, but I do hate him. I'm glad he suffers. Meanwhile, on H3 side of things, my favorite Jew posted a status update in regards to Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada, if you remember, is the guy who posted comically evil videos about how he was going to destroy H3's family. H3 says this: Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we are closing in. We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he has actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably shocking for him to hear, as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. George, if you ever decide to return to Australia, we will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything you can to avoid returning. I also know you enjoy participating in sugar daddy websites, and while you may barely qualify for the label in South America, you are just a repulsive broke loser in Australia. I know this scares you even more than the lawsuits. Why am I telling you all this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day. And then there's a nice picture of Bad Empanada looking like a terrorist, like Osama bin Laden or some shit. So I don't feel bad for this guy at all. He literally said that he was going to ruin Ethan Klein's life and tear apart his family and with him continuously. And Hasan Piker applauded him and cheered this on. And now he's literally living in Uruguay. So to hide from the Jewish man in his lawsuits. He's being hunted down South America like a Nazi that escaped after the World War, and Mossad is on his ass. So that's really funny to me. This is another instance of bad things happening to bad people. I had no nice things to say about this loser. And it's like, if you're going to open that can of worms and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to start the life ruination against you, incredibly wealthy Jew, you better be ready to cash that check when it comes in, which he was not. Sucks to be him. Oh, and additionally with Ethan Klein, I forgot about this. Ethan Klein petitioned the Central District of California, back in the Central District of California, the stream, for the permission to subpoena Reddit and Discord for user records regarding certain users that were participating in the Snark Discords. The judge, Wesley Hisu, says, upon consideration of the joint stipulation, and for good cause shown, the court hereby rules as follows. The stipulation is granted. TEI may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit A to the stipulation on third-party Reddit Inc., accompanied by this order, and shall include the date of the Reddit subpoena was issued and the date of compliance. And 3, TEI may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit B to the stipulation on third-party Discord Inc., accompanied by this order, and shall include the date the Discord subpoena was issued and the date of compliance. So Ethan Klein is not only winning bigly against Bad Empanada, he is hunting down the Redditors and the Discord that conspired against him and his family, chat. And you know what? Those Snark Reddits are literally worse than the Kiwifarms in every single way, shape, and form. And the fact that Ethan Klein, with all his money and ability, is going after them and not after the Kiwifarms, I think, shows that we are the base heckin' trad. It's gossip forum, and they are deranged lunatics that honestly think that they're on some kind of left-wing crusade to save Palestine, and if they terrorize Ethan Klein's kids enough, then they win. And that's not how it works, and they're going to get raped by the Jew, I think. Suffer. Anisa and Ian, I guess. I guess also Ian. But we're talking about Miss Johma's house here. This is their home that is up for sale. If you are in the market for a 2-bedroom in Division Avenue, Northwest Seattle, you can find this lovely, charming abode for sale right now for the low, low price of $1 million. That's right. This 2-bedroom home on a piece of dead acreage smaller than my taint is $1 million because it resides in Seattle, Washington. Previously occupied by the Johmas, so I'm sure it's in great condition. Now, supposedly they owe $720,000 on the house. So if they do sell it, they'll only get back a couple $100,000. And that's not including the realtor's fees. They're actually listing the house now for lower than what they bought it. Only $25,000 lower, because it was like $1,025,000 when they bought it. But chances are they're not going to sell it for that much, according to people. So they might get $150,000 if they're lucky, is what he says. I'll trust his Dan can't tweet. Isn't that the guy that was the co-host of what's his face for a while? Pretty sure Dan can't tweet is that guy. Yeah, Destiny. Is that Dan Saltman? Yeah, that's right. I didn't know he like tracks Ian. That's kind of weird. Oh, because he's a Jew, and Ian and Anisa are now like super pro Hamas Palestine people. That's why he's interested. Their suffering is personally delicious to him as a member of the tribe. Okay, I figured that out. It took me a second. I was like, that's a weird. Why is he into lolcow stuff? That's kind of strange. Okay, I got you. Okay. So, to help make ends meet, God, he's so disgusting looking. I watched some of the Kino Casino, and honestly, I could not take the Idubbbz segment. And then they went right from Idubbbz to Dickers, which is the Review Tech USA guy. Review Tech USA's voice is like so viscerally disgusting to me. He's like so smug that I just want to see someone like poke him in the eyes because he deserves to suffer for being such a smug cunt. I honestly can't stand to listen to him at all for any length of time. So they went straight from Ian to Dickers, and I tuned out. I was like, I can't take this anymore. I'll take some Andy Klapsky before I take this shit. But PPP is the #1 Johma fan in the world because he sat through 5 hours of this shit, probably at like 2x. And it was Ian trying to get 150 subs. He has 125 subs, which is far, far less. If you don't remember, Bossman Jack had over 1,000, I think over 2,000 subs at some point on Kick. And Kick gives you like 80% of your money, and Twitch gives you half. So he's making like $300 thereabout. 127 times 5 divided by 2, $300. Yep, yeah, buddy. So Bossman Jack mogged this. He's trying to live in Canada on $300 a month at this point. So he has to revitalize his dead ass channeling career, right? So how is he going to do it? How is this sweaty, grotesque freak just completely moisturized, like someone's off screen with a spray bottle, just like glossing this up for some reason, or like he like bathes in canola oil or something? He's just so gross. Like, why would you show your face if you're that ugly? So his idea was to talk politics for a bit. He had nothing interesting to say whatsoever. And then what I found personally fascinating is that he is actually doing flashcards to do Geoguesser, because he thinks that if he becomes the top 1% Geoguesser, his live streams will come alive. So let's see real quick if this works. So here he is when he starts doing the GeoGuessr. He's at 128 subs, trying to identify what country this electrical wire pole came from. It's the Philippines, if you're wondering. And then at the end of the 5 hours, he has gained 5 subs. So let's just do a quick matharooski here. 5 times 5 is 25, chat. I think that's right. Divide that by 2. $12, right? So, and I think that's about 4 hours of work. Divide that by 4. That's $3 an hour working to doing GeoGuessr. I think that this stream probably costs Twitch more money to host and to disseminate to his 50 viewers than he made for them at $3 an hour. Okay. That one guy who randomly dropped 5 subs at the beginning of my stream, Mog Ian, can you believe that? Mog, the guy who did Content Cop and the squirrel rescue videos that were his pinnacle of content. So obviously only a complete loser would try to stream GeoGuessr, like anyone wants to see that. Which is why I will not be streaming GeoGuessr. I will be streaming GeoGuessr Old School RuneScape Edition, and we'll see how I perform with a quick little Rune OSRS Gamba sesh here. Now this is easy, chat. This is the easiest thing in the whole world. This is Al-Kharid. Everyone here was originally named Al back in the day, but then they decided that was racist, or Ali. They decided that was racist, so they changed that. God, the desert's so big now. I remember when they just added the desert. It was for the slave mine thing. Where's the I want to get this one really right. That's not. Wait a second. Is this like south of Al-Kharid? See, this is like in the new area that I'm not super familiar with. I think this is the Bedouin camp. You know what? I think that's right. Let's see. No, wait. Wait, no, that has to be right. This has to be right here. That's what I'm looking at. There's the islands over there. Oh, God. This is going to be wrong. Watch. Yeah! Literally like 2 tiles away. I'm the best. Okay. Next shot. This is the big money. This is the big money right here. Getting 2 tiles away is the big money. All right. This looks like where the big ogres are. South of Arty. Could be. What is that? Red and blue portal. Oh no, that's content after my time, chat. That's after my time. I don't know where this is. Seagulls. No, those are bones. No, I'm definitely right. This is right here, south of Arty. I bet you. Oh, there's the palm trees and the rocks. I bet you this is it. And over there, can I see that building? What the f is that? It's over there. Oh, that's like the new super mega myths guild, isn't it? That's the myths guild. That's why I don't recognize that. Can I see the dock? Am I all the way down here? Where's the dock? Maybe even right here? Am I that close to it? I feel like this is a big hill right there. I feel like that this is as close as I'm gonna get. Oh, I was closer the first time. I should have stuck with the original guess. I was right. You can see the Myths Guild way off in the distance, though. I'm disappointed. I doubted myself. I doubted my instincts, chat. Never doubt your instincts. All right. Is this the slave mine that I was just talking about? I feel like this is the slave camp in the desert. They added this quest way back in RuneScape Classic. Might be tying these 2 cactuses right there. 5,000 points, literally on the tile. That's how good I am, chat. Don't doubt me. I've been playing this game since I was like 9 years old. Oh, this is the swamp area. I'm not super familiar with the swamp area. That was something that came after my time as well. Is that the mine? What is that? Oh god, this is like part of the new area of the swamp, isn't it? Oh no. Why are there goblins in the swamp? What the f is this? Not there. Not Varkaza. Not that. Uh-oh. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. I honestly don't know what this is. Those are not goblins. I don't see the graveyard. I don't know what this is. I don't see like all the bridges and shit. It has to be like over here somewhere. I'm taking too long, chat. I'm just gonna have to guess. I'm just gonna have to say it's like right here. I'm gonna be super wrong. Oh no! It's in the new bullshit area. You with that Zarek Shrine when you're doing the fuck you. That's after my time. That's soy OSRS right there. Look, I don't look. Oh, I know. Oh, this is Apatol. Where's Apatol at? Monkey Island. Is that Apatol? Vistrock. What the is a Vistrock? What the is a Vistrock? Where's Apatol? This is Apatol. So I'm looking north at Big Monkey. I bet you this is like right. Oh, bet you this is like right here. A flawless recovery, chat. Look at that. 19,000 points, chat. Only one flop, and that's because nobody gives a about Zarek Shrine. You see this right here? Cut a big off line right down there and delete all this shit. Nobody gives a... You know what this is? This is like a big Aztec thing. It's like, oh, the Aztec are so wise and they're like future people. Don't they have a beautiful civilization? No, nobody gives a about the Aztecs. They're gay. Their shit sucked. They killed children, and they're Mexican, basically. Get rid of all the shit. Just like take a big selection, select all of it, and press the delete key. That's what I have to say about that. So speaking of prostitution, chat. Anisa Johma has made her triumphant return to the platform OnlyFans. She's announced that she had a big announcement to make before telling people this, and it led some to speculate in absolute abject horror and misery that perhaps Anisa Johma was pregnant and the poison womb of this psychopathic monster might be breeding offspring. Good news, she is simply being a prostitute some more. Now, I know it's not too interesting to see a dumpy, frumpy, tatted up hoe trying to look awkwardly and look sexy as awkwardly as possible. But don't worry. These are apparently going to get extra spicy because someone else is joining her to make some content. Some spicy content, as they like to say. Why did Idubbbz never do OnlyFans? Idubbbz responds, I'm not opposed to it at all. There's a lot I want to do. Make videos, win a boxing match, do a muscle up. OnlyFans just not super high up on my list. Maybe if I spend some more time at the gym, it will be. So he's gonna do it. He's gonna sit in the cut corner and let Anisa get railed, and then allow this to be published on the internet. So don't worry, Ian gets to be a prostitute too. Suffer. Oh, I can't play this clip because Idubbbz is eating. So Idubbbz... Oh, you know what? I can't. I really can't play that. I want to make fun of Idubbbz. Apparently he said that Radiohead is Zionist coded, but he's like eating into the microphone because he's like a slovenly freak. So I'm not going to play that because I cannot stand people eating. So just know that even the small joys in life, like listening to music, Idubbbz has castigated himself from, because it might somehow invoke the wrath of Israel, which or rather the pro-Palestine Gaza people, which, by the way, as I pointed out, his wife happens to be a sex worker, an SW, okay, with an OF for spicy content, which I've learned from watching girl cow things. They only refer to their work as spicy content. That is apparently the euphemism of the day for... I guess I can't heck and disrespect sex work. Just know, listen, I know the YouTube audience, you're getting an inferior product. You're getting a lesser version of me. Just know I'm thinking it. if I ever stop myself from saying something and you think I'm going to say something base, just fill that gap in with the most base thing you can think of, and just know I'm thinking it as hard as I can every time. Okay. Yeah, it is cringe. So I'm getting there. Okay, I'll get there. So he can't even listen to Radiohead. What I was going to say, the spicy content platform. Let me turn this off. I can't stand to look at it. The spicy content platform that his SW wife works for just so happens to be owned by one of the most pro-Zionist people on the entire planet. So he can't listen to Radiohead because probably because if he listens to Creep, he wants to sewer slide KHS, but because it's Zionist coded. Meanwhile, she's actively working and profiting for one of the most pro-Zionist organizations to ever exist. Oh yeah, and John Lennon. Sorry, I just saw a comment about what Jesse looks like. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. Imagine ruining your entire life and career for some shitty nip pussy. It's easy if you try. Can I say nip pussy on YouTube? I guess we'll find out, chat. All right. Now the other part of the Idubbbz thing. Let's watch him get trolled in World of Warcraft. So he is playing. So Idubbbz desperately needs money because he can't feed himself anymore, and he has to ask his girlfriend to put out spicy content so that they can afford burritos or Tim Hortons, wherever they eat in Canada. I guess curry these days. So he's got 250 subbernauts, which is 1250, and then his take home I think is 70% of that. Can we just do a little matharuski here, chat? 254 times 5, because that's the price, times 0.7, 890, almost $900 a month is what he's making. Pretty good considering the quality of his content. By the way, very funny thing that someone pointed out to me is that he's constantly listening to Spotify when he streams now, because it butchers the VOD and it makes it hard for people who clip content, if they want to monetize clips, to clip his content to YouTube. So he deliberately uses copyright to try and hide his own ass. So he's playing World of Warcraft hardcore as a hunter, and his group wants to kill a 3-headed beast. Now, from my understanding, this is like a semi-rare creature spawn. And he is somewhat trepidatious about engaging this creature because he's never seen it before. Now, if I'm playing a hardcore game and I'm not familiar with an area, I simply don't do it because that's how you die. If you're trying a boss or something for the first time and you don't know what it's capable of, it's probably going to kill you. So it's probably not the best time to do experiments on your hardcore character, but he decides to. And I'm told that his reaction to dying is very funny. Spoiler alert, he dies. I guess I ruined my own build up, but I can't wait. I hope to see some fascinating processing here.
I don't know if this thing has like a loot table or anything. Yeah, I've never seen it before either. I didn't know this thing existed. It's just weird though, because it's not a rare spawn, but it's clearly like a little bit of a rare. It's for something. I think we should kill it.
He wants to kill it, chat. This innocent creature is just swimming along, minding its own business. And this goblin wants to take its life. Disgusting, chat. I can't condone this. If you're a World of Warcraft expert, you know what this thing is. You have to.
Okay, I think we're gonna kill it.
Now's your time.
I mean, 2 hunters. How can we not? I just need to watch my breath. Oh shit! That.
He's pulled the aggro.
I'm so Oh god! Oh no! That thing hit so hard. Fuck.
3-headed Chad wins again.
I even threw my thing on it. Wait, you know what? You know what happened? What the hell? I even hit my potion. Oh, that's cool.
The comment
that
for
would've
this,
been a
by the
great
way,
little sword for me.
the comment for this was, watch Idubbbz process
This is so
all
good.
5 stages of grief.
This is so good.
Out
This is
in,
so good.
in one
'cause now I
sitting.
can do other things. Now I can do other things. I can run on the treadmill. I can lift weights. I can play old school RuneScape.
We already heard anger, and then we heard denial, and then we heard bargaining. Bargaining that he's like, wait, I thought I drunk the denial, drinking the potion, bargaining like that shouldn't have happened. But now he's like trying to is this bargaining? This is bargaining. He's trying to be like, yeah, this is a good thing actually. He's coping.
My entire body is glazed right now.
Gross.
I feel so bad for the people who sent me items. I feel so bad for them. I don't even feel bad for myself. I feel bad for them because they spent more time in the game probably grinding that.
What level was he? I don't know.
She said, I'm going to need this. She said maybe I should play
19? Is that hard to get to? I imagine it's hard to get to level 19 if you're playing a game for the first time and you've never died.
That's so right. You can make a new character with Anisa.
Listen to that.
Wedding.
Listen to that suffering. No, I don't want to play with Anisa. No, like I can see like him being dragged into the room where like 2 computers sit next to each other, and his like fingernails are like ripping off as they leave scratch marks in the ground. Not Anisa. Not Anisa.
So hard. How many hours was that? I don't think it was too bad. You probably would want a threat meter. I don't think that would have mattered. I'm so, like, unskilled at this game. I was like, oh, I need to hit my potion. I go over, I click my potion, and then I'm dead. Wait, actually, maybe I did hit my potion. But it's not showing the cooldown that was on.
Thought I was dead from Tyler, the Creator.
It helps when you know when you pull aggro from your pet. This is wretched. I mean, that's not bad to die at 19. I didn't even get to 20. Yeah, you're still Blue Rosa, let me tell you right now. My binds, I think the problem is... Dude, they sent me good
This
potions.
is WoW Classic, and I remember I played WoW very, very early on, and I didn't get very far. I just didn't like it. But I remember it was such a grind to get up to like level 20. I think I stopped at like 23. My WoW story is that I got as far as I was an undead mage, and I got as far as like this savannah area. And I remember that the savannah area had like regional chat, and there was something, it was called like the Badlands or something. And the Barrens, that's it. I got to the Barrens, and I remember that the Barrens had a reputation of having like the grimiest regional chat in the entire game. And there were always people in chat that were like, "Oh my god, Baron's chat's crazy today." That's my most like sharpest memory of World of Warcraft was Baron's chat. But I remember it took a very long time to grind anything in World of Warcraft, so that's why he's so cut up at about level 19.
That's the problem, right? Like Megatechnics in the chat. I think he sent me good potions, or someone else sent me good potions. Like, even better than the ones I've been making. Oh, gross. And I wasn't even using those. I, like, wanted to extract value out of these small potions before moving on to those.
He has such an empty head. Like, his
And that's
post-death
not how,
analysis.
Like, this game works. I don't know why I was thinking...
Dude... Okay, Fez. He's so boring. I just want to go back to the good part. Here we go. When the guy's like, "Oh, what?
My breath.
A tasty hunter? A succulent hunter right
shit.
here? Don't mind if I do."
I'm so
Oh, God. Oh, no. What is that?
Oh,
Gresh Arahan. Gresh Arahan. That's our hero. That's our hero of the day. Big ups Gresh Arahan for eating this nibba. For taking a big old chomp out of him. All right, this guy. He eats on the microphone, and therefore he deserves it, chat, and that's all that matters. But don't worry, Idubbbz. If you're feeling down, Dan Can't Tweet has an encouraging statement for you. Hey, Idubbbz, you're really making a difference. And it looks like this personal item of affection has an Idubbbz on it, which is another way of referencing Idubbbz. So he got a little bit of a shout out there. And Dan is sharing the love to make sure he sees it and to help Idubbbz feel better.